standing by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Complete.
Konnichiwa, Ohayo gozaimasu. It's your favorite superstar, the multi-dimensional Tajigen Khaiden, a sentient star cluster in VTuber form. Explosive Werewolf, thank you for that follow there. You're now a superstar. And bye, great to see you. Glad to hear you love the countdown part. So do I. So do I. And it uses Kamen Rider sounds, just as the follower sound uses a Kamen Rider X8 sound, because today is a day for Kamen Rider once again. Because today the hashtag 39 Kamen Rider Challenge is over. 39 days in a row! From April 3rd, the anniversary of the series, all the way to today, May 11. Already May 12 in Japan, but it's still May 11 in other places. So it counts just as much, you know, as long as it's still May 11 somewhere. And mostly I did it on Western time zones, Western, so to speak. And, but yeah, good to see you, bye. But yeah, I'm also a part of AI Constellations, everyone. I need to start saying that more often in my intro. But yeah, hey, bye. Bye, also known as Tiny, is another member of AI Constellations. We're still cooking things, good things are still gonna come. And I will have a collab with some members of AI Constellations. As well as a VTuber who is a staff member for us. Not exactly a talent, but they're also a VTuber in their own way. And they'll be joining us on Fall Guys this Saturday. So yeah, a week of streams begins again, and it begins with a 39 Kamen Rider Challenge showcase. Sorry to see all the 39 days, yeah. It's gonna be a lot. It depends on what speed we go as we go to them. I will be saying comments for some of them. For all the graphics that I did of myself wielding a belt or other thing related to the rider, I'll probably say like a behind the scenes comment. Like telling you, oh, I did this because of this happened, that happened. You'll see what I mean when we get there. And just talk about what everybody did. Like that we can see on Twitter. And I tried to retweet as many things as possible, but I may have missed some of them, and I'm sorry if I missed any of them, but well, we'll talk more about that in a moment. Hope your Thursday/Friday is going well, Minna. Let's just chat for a little bit before we jump into it, though. I have been so busy these past few days. I just gave myself a sort of mental days. I say, no, they were several mental days, mental health days. I just like played video games off the stream. You know, I am so itching to already become an astrologian in Final Fantasy XIV that I wanted to play more of it, but there's things I'm saving for the stream and for after the stream. Yeah, I've mostly been resting, so I haven't worked on some things that I maybe should work on and advance some projects. But I kind of needed this. Next week is going to be very busy at work, like the other job I have. And so I kind of needed this, I felt. And, well, don't worry. Streams for the rest of the week. Gonna do my best with them and all that. Having to reduce some of them because people are being babies. There were in comments telling me to source the artwork. It is important to source the artwork, Werewolf. I wouldn't call those people babies. I did say you redid some of them. It's okay, though. Yeah, source the artwork whenever you can. It's super important. Though I appreciate the efforts you have done so far, and we'll see some of them during the stream. It's perfectly okay. If you can afford a break and you need one, take it. Yeah. And so I've just been playing video games. So you know what we did in Star Wars The Old Republic last week? I just played so much SOTOR off stream this past week. I advanced so much through Corellia. I don't know, I guess I just bit the bullet and went for it, you know. Didn't share any of it on the stream. I guess you can just, you know, search on YouTube for it, so you will not see my beautiful Khaiden Jedi Knight Sentinel Superstar self doing it. But hey, it's been fun though. And I've been wanting to play so much of Star Wars The Old Republic. It's been several hours of it, and I've advanced a lot through the Corellia quests. And another thing that finally did happen though, I finally returned to Fortnite. It's been long overdue. If I calculated this correctly, it's been like 8 months since I left it, because it was like September. But I've still got it, baby. Oh yes, because I had a game win that I shared like a couple days ago. Yesterday I almost won, but third place. They eliminated me right there at the end. I took too much of a risk at the end, but almost won it again with Darth Vader and a green lightsaber. Darth Vader trained by Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is kind of ironic, right? Yeah, Fortnite. Just happy you're having fun. Your own fun is important too. Yeah, I mean, I have fun on the stream and all that. It's not that I don't have fun, but I really just needed to play video games and do nothing but play video games this week, you know? I considered playing Fall Guys as well yesterday, but I just didn't have time either. I concentrated also on SWTOR and Fortnite and whatnot. And well, I wanted to play a little bit of the new season of Fall Guys before we jump into it tomorrow. No, not tomorrow, sorry, on Saturday. Because well, I wanted to take a look at it, but I'm not gonna be able to, and I won't have time today. I won't have time tomorrow, so we're just gonna jump into it blind on Saturday and see how the season is. Remember to update your game, by the way. If anybody has Fall Guys and is interested in it, you will need to update the game before you start with it. The update came out yesterday, so it's still brand new. Many players still doing new things. I'm excited to see what new stuff is in there. They have new progression for the season. Like, they have the season divided into multiple sub-seasons, I think. We can maybe talk about that on Saturday. We need to Ultraman challenge for something like this for the future. I would love to do this with Sentai or Ultraman or something like that, but the problem is that I wouldn't get as much engagement doing it from my account only than the Kamen Rider Daily account. I get very strict with just keeping it to Kamen Rider only. If I have something Sentai or Ultraman related, it's because it's in connection with Rider. Like, for example, later this year, we're gonna have a tweet for the 30th anniversary of Ultraman vs. Kamen Rider. But I would like to give it a try. The hashtag, oh my god, like 47, 48 Super Sentai challenge. And then Ultraman, I'm not sure how it would be. It's a little bit more difficult to trace the series or the Ultras. It's not as straightforward as Rider and Sentai. Even Rider is not that straightforward. For example, we have Riderman, who didn't star in a series. And we have some that were not part of a series, though they usually are counted as like their own thing. It's Riderman and Rider 2 that kinda are different. I may end up changing this in future years to just be the series. And for B3, I would do both B3 and Riderman, but we'll see, we'll see. Obviously with Super Sentai, it's super straightforward though, because it's just, yeah, it's just the series and the teams, it's the exact same thing for them, it's super straightforward like that. If we went for Power Rangers, it might not be that straightforward actually. Depends on how we would approach it, because you have something like Samurai and Super Samurai and 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin, and it becomes kind of complicated like that. But yeah, I wish I could somehow do Super Sentai and Power Rangers both. I've been really thinking that just I want to keep considering Power Rangers as Super Sentai so much. Doesn't happen the other way around though. Super Sentai is not Power Rangers in my book, but Power Rangers is Super Sentai. I've been watching Beast Morphers, by the way. I have mixed feelings about the series, but I've been watching it right now because I watch Go Busters. I dropped Dino Fury and will pick it up again supposedly when I finish Beast Morphers. And hopefully I finish Dino Fury on time for Cosmic Fury. We shall see. From what little I saw of Dino Fury, it was more fun to me than Beast Morphers. What I really dislike about Beast Morphers the most is the music. Like, they over-rely so much on the dun 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 theme. Like, you hear it so much on the music. Like, it's insane. It's insane. A little complaint. Hot Take Power Ranger has been good since Dino Thunder. Welcome, Vermilion. No, this is not the stream for Power Rangers hot takes. I'm gonna stop talking about that. Hey, that's my hot take about Beast Morphers, I guess. There are some really good things about the series, though, that I really appreciate. I really appreciate the continuity between series with Power Rangers. I'm a sucker for that sort of thing. Even with all that, I still prefer Sentai the most, but I feel like Power Rangers needs it more because it doesn't have the legacy that Super Sentai has. Going to see Shane on the 31st with the wife, can't wait. Theater says it's filled. Excellent. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Let there be applause at the end of the movie. Let there be one of those times in which they applaud at the end of the movie. I hope it's a good time. I hope it's a good time. I don't think I'm gonna have it in any of my local theaters. So I'm gonna wait for the digital release on that bad boy. You know, I released a video for things to recommend, 7 things to do before Shin Kamen Rider, and at the end of that video, I said I would read the original manga and the prequel manga to Shin, and I still haven't started either of them. Kamen Rider Saber would be disappointed in me. I'm breaking my promise. Do it by the Japanese ones in live action because Ultraman has anime seasons, plus they shouldn't count, just saying do the live action ones. Even with just live action Werewolf, it gets complicated. But well, that's only if I cross that bridge, you know? If I need to cross that bridge, I'll do it. Another challenge I consider doing is a Doctor Who challenge, but I don't know what I could do for that, personally. See, if I did this for Super Sentai or Ultraman, I might release short covers again, like I did for the 38 Kamen Rider challenge, which was this version of the challenge for last year. Hello there, Mist! You definitely will, Vermilion? Oh yes, oh yes. I don't even need to watch the movie to know it deserves applause. You know, there were those 20 minutes that they published on TV the other day, complete with an eye catch like the original series. But I haven't watched them. I guess I'm just gonna wait for the whole movie, honestly. I don't know how long it's gonna be until it releases. So we'll see. But, well, speaking of Kamen Rider, I think it's time we jumped into the challenge. So give me a second right here as I set things up here. As I set it all up. To begin showcasing everybody's tweets for this. And just see how things are. So first, the tweet where I started it all, right? Another year, another challenge. This time I'd like to present the hashtag 39 Kamen Rider Challenge. Starting April 3rd, the anniversary, release any sort of content related to each main rider in chronological order. It can be art, photos, fanfics, music, etc. I hope to see you in it. Nobody released music for it this year. Last year, that was the 39 Kamen Rider Challenge, right? All the way to Revise. Counting Revise as one rider. So they were only 38 at the time. Last year, actually, let me open it up. Last year we did it in reverse chronological order. And it ended on April 3rd rather than starting on April 3rd. So give me a second. I can search the hashtag for it. And let's see. It's a little bit hard to find the graphic because there are others. Wonder if I can show you actually. So a little bit of what it was like last year. Look at this. Somebody did art last year. Shuimika06 last year did this for Kamen Rider Black. Very nice. I mostly... Oh, I forgot about this when I acquired all the power. Dark Wolf Knight did some beautiful graphics for this last year of pretty much everybody. I wanted to show the graphic from the beginning though. The one we're going to showcase today is the 39 Kamen Rider Challenge. I'm not gonna show anything from last year because it's gonna be more than enough time just by doing the 39 for this year. Last year it was in reverse chronological order, ending on April 3rd. I did want to do it the same way this year, but I was just in the middle of so many things at the time it would have started, which probably would have been February 24. Yeah, I was still like in the middle of the PC repair saga. So many things were going on in my life. I had no time to properly prepare for it. And for a little while, I actually thought I wasn't just gonna do it this year, but I figured I could actually start it on April 3rd. It's a little bit shaky to do it then, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but doing it in chronological order as well, from the first rider to the current one, Geats, also works. DCD complete, how did you miss it? It's okay. It's okay, DCD. Probably, see, it's also because we had less engagement back then. There were less followers on both my account and the Kamen Rider Daily account. Oh yeah, like the Kamen Rider Daily account has exploded so much. Thank you so much everybody for making it explode like that. Well, we did have a giveaway recently. A great influx of followers happened from that, but it's still all besides that. Last year, what I did for this was karaoke covers, and you can see the rest of them in my TikTok and also in my short section of YouTube. So there you go. But no, it's alright, DCD. Whatever you were able to participate in. Is that you, Momo? I think your name in Twitter is Momo? Or Momocon, or no, sorry if I got it wrong. Well, you can tell me if we get across any of your things. If you miss 1 year, whatever. Do what you can. Some people didn't participate for all days. They only started like later. Some people only participated for 1 day or 2, or less, or more. But the point is, any participation is much appreciated. And we did have mostly art. We did have cosplay, as we will see. And well, for me, it was a mixture of art and photos, right? In a sense. So here we are, though. This is the graphic for it. And yes, next year, it's probably gonna be a 40 Kamen Rider challenge. We'll see. If I do it, I'm probably not going to do anything for it this time. I'm just gonna encourage people to participate and not do much because I can't think of what to do this time, because I can't just redo the covers, not without high production value, and I'm not gonna have the budget for that. I doubt it. Like, you know, commissioning custom instrumentals for them this time. But alright. So the way we're gonna look at them is the ones I retweeted from the Kamen Rider Daily account. Once again, if I missed anybody's tweet, I do apologize. I tried to retweet most, if not all of them. All that, you know, we're in spam or we're doing like, let's say, an active effort to participate, because there's such a thing as spam, even in something like this. It's not like this hashtag has 1 million tweets, but there is such a thing as spam. Now, I'm gonna look at it through the chronology of the timeline in the Kamen Rider Daily account. So we're gonna see some other things, like we start with the anniversary of the series, so there's also anniversary tweets commemorating it. This stuff with Shin Kamen Rider, where they reuse a location. I'm gonna try to skip them. We can talk about those things as well, but I'm gonna try to skip them, because otherwise we're gonna be here for 8 hours or more. It's gonna be so long. The 52nd anniversary of the original Kamen Rider series. And also the entire Kamen Rider series. There you are, yeah, DCD, sorry, Momocon is where you're heading soon. I'll call you DCD. So yes, so DCD right here, I think they participated every single day. And they show like a picture of the rider, and then a clip. We're not gonna actually listen to the clips, by the way, I'm just gonna let them play here, because otherwise we may have copyright strikes and that kind of stuff. But this beautiful clip from Superhero Senki, they just killed it with that scene. All the riders appearing right there. And then, Seikai no Hakaisha cosplay. Happy anniversary to Kamen Rider. Starting things off with my Kamen Rider Ichigo cosplay from 2016 for his 45th anniversary at the time. It's not perfect, but I evolved eventually. Toll. So, SNH, I think I'm gonna refer to them as SNH cosplay. They didn't do full cosplays for all of them, but they did participate pretty much every day. And they tagged me for all of them. And they also kept using the graphic, which I really appreciate. So thank you to SNH Cosplay for continuing to use the graphic, to continue making it relevant. If I do this again next year, depending on what I do, it might be a good idea for me to do this as well. So I'm so glad to see somebody did cosplay for this. I don't remember if anybody did cosplay last year, but here it is. The first Ichigo cosplay they did, 2016. It was the 45th anniversary at the time. For heaven's sake, it's been 7 years since 2016 already, but yeah. But yeah, here we are. I think it's a really good cosplay, all things considered. I don't know the first thing about how to do any of this. I've never done cosplay in my life. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should someday, because I don't know. It feels like you gotta learn how to be like a cloth weaver or something, you know? Which I don't know the first thing about. And here we are, the first of my graphics. So I call them graphics. It's pretty much the same thing I do for like a lot of my thumbnails, but just going the extra mile a little bit to be able to also display a henshin belt and or some equipment. The equipment is really gonna start with the Heisei era, because they had more of that than with Kuga maybe. Well, no, I didn't have anything with Kuga, but it kind of starts with Ryuki, where there were more devices and stuff. Now, another thing I did for most of them is that I had a background that was a sort of blurred picture taken from the City Wars game, which is now defunct, but they were some amazing graphics. For this one, I didn't do it because I already had a previous version that had a Kamen Rider based background. And I also didn't think about using those graphics yet when I did this. This image was recycled from an image I did before that was for a couple things. The first time I used it was to basically promote myself on the Rider Daily account, letting people know that I also have a main VTuber account for my main activities. And I post with the Cyclone belt, the Typhoon belt, sorry, the Cyclone is the bike. The Typhoon belt right here like this. And then another one was used for the schedule for that week, the Kamen Rider Anniversary week. So that was basically it. I just recycled it from there. Depending on how I did it though. No, actually no, yeah. I thought that what I had to do was transparentize this picture. So these pictures are all done in V-Roid Studio, in which I pose myself doing certain poses. However, some of those are so hard to do. This one was a lot harder than I expected it to be, but I think it worked out. Purple Rider, you almost want to call me now? Oh yes, 100% werewolf. I'm all about Purple Riders. Genmu, Chaser, Shinobi maybe, Hibiki maybe. But Genmu though, Kuroto Dan is the best. Not just because of the colors though, for Kuroto Dan, but Chaser is my boy, absolutely my boy. And yeah, basically that. Mr. Bad Mike here, so they participated mostly on the first half of the challenge. They kind of stopped doing drawings at some point into it, but look at what they did right here. This is a fantastic drawing, starting with the first rider, and this is on the first outfit in what I would call the Sakurajima colors, or maybe the Shin Kamen Rider colors. This looks fantastic. Thank you so much for Mr. Bat Mike for doing this. And as I told them, I love it, looking forward to the rest. Also, thank you to Ari Green Sai for the comments on my tweets right here. They were very nice about things. Did they also participate? They also participated, I think. So yeah, Explosive Werewolf is right here, kicking things off with a gif of Ichigo's transformation, right? If I'm not mistaken, this one is from the Kamen Rider vs. Ambassador Hell movie. Let me see. Yes, I think that's from the Kamen Rider Jigoku Taishi movie, which I think is on YouTube, 100% for free with subtitles. And this was for the anniversary. Ace's actor with the original pose. Let's go. Ah, yes, so Suika Art, Suika Sweets share their cosplay that they did for Ichigo. This is so nice. This is so nice. There it is. This person was the director of Futo PI. I assume they're talking about the anime, right? Nice. There's a person with the 01 cosplay in the background, so there, you could tell there were other Kamen Rider cosplays, as we'll see in a moment. Great cosplay that they shared right here. Hello, Awaken Kiva. Welcome to the Tajigen Dimension. And they had a Dark Souls, I believe it is, cosplay with them. Still posing like Ichigo. Great job right here. Hold on. Let's listen to that again. I could tell one of them, I don't know which one of them, was doing Hongo's voice, like Laido. Like they were really making that effort. That was so good. And look at this trinity of Ichigos. Triple number 1 right here. So this is the person that was doing it, Suika Sweets, Suika Art. This is a cosplay. So the one on the left, I believe, is based on the first. And then the one on the right also based on the original Ichigo, right? The Shin Ichigo, we used to call it, but I can't call it that anymore because Shin Kamen Rider is a thing now. But you know, the new Ichigo, let's say, that is the most known by now. I wanted to post something since Kiva's day came in the challenge, but I was too busy. That's okay, Kiva. Well, I really appreciate the sentiment though. The fact that you wanted to participate is much appreciated. Were you able to participate for any of the days of the challenge? Whatever you were able to do is alright. Oh yeah, this was something for movie Tyson Megamax. This is not related to the challenge. We're looking at it from the timeline of Kamen Rider Daily, so we're gonna have some things that are not related to it necessarily. Other art. Okay, so let's go for day number 2. Rider number 2. A clip of the first henshin that he did. Omise shiyou. Kamen Rider Ichimonji Hayato. Awaken Kiva, you're now a superstar. Thank you for that follow. Hey, we keep moving forward towards that 500 follower goal. And we're also moving forward towards stream number 500. So, celebrations are definitely gonna come very soon. Also, thank you to everybody for helping us reach over 400 Tachigen travelers on the Twitter dimension right here. Yeah, we should make these numbers in Twitter and Twitch match, don't you think? And then go beyond that. Go beyond that. DCD complete. Now it is indeed complete as you have followed. And you're now a superstar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yeah, again, thank you for participating here. The Henshin clips are very nice. Very nice indeed. We shared so many of these on this account in the past. And so, they are most welcome. Oh yeah, thank you, Kiba. Thank you. And now, Sekai no Hakaisha's pictures for this. Photos taken during my visit to Rider Diner and with Dustin from the next decade. So, very, very known cosplayer to me. And it was nice to see that they got interaction with each other. Well, I was doing the appropriate henshin of the Kaison Ningen when I was in Japan for a week. Very nice. Ibu P, I hope I said that right. You're also a superstar. Thank you for that follow. And yeah, pictures of Kamen Rider the Diner. Like, I wish we could have had more of them. of Kamen Rider the store, the Kamen Rider store, Kamen Rider the Diner. My God, I gotta visit them when I finally go to Japan one day. And so this picture is great with Kamen Rider Nigo on top right there. Look at that. And I think it's basically like all the Showa riders here, right? What is that drink there, though? I can't help but notice that big bottle. I would love to order that bottle at the diner. Wow. I would love to get every single one of these pins. They even have Shadow Moon. They even have King Dark in there. Look at that. Is that Ganganji? They have Ganganji from Skyrider. Look at this. So Robo Rider, Bio Rider, that's great to have. Ganganji right here. You think I would miss Ganganji right here? Oh, no, 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 no. They have like all the arm changes for Super 1. They have like all the forms, I think. Stronger Charge Up, I see. Okay, they don't have regular Stronger. Okay, only one for Skyrider, Ichigo, and Nigo. That's okay, though. That's amazing. That is so lovely. So thank you to SNH Cosplay for sharing that. Thank you so much for hosting this challenge. It was very fun. And I'm so glad it ended up being fun like this. Couldn't have been without all of you making it fun this way, you know? And participating. So we are commemorating it like this. So here's Sekai no Hakasha cosplay. And I believe this is Dustin, right? I believe I got them right. Because I have seen Dustin before. Not in person, sorry. Like on Twitter and stuff. That made it sound like I met them in person, but I haven't. But yeah. So there it is. Ichigo Nigo W Laida. And on the daily Kamen Rider account, we share this fantastic quote from the original, not from the original, well, yeah, from the original Kamen Rider Spirits manga before it became Shin Kamen Rider Spirits. Very impressive. What is your mission, objective, and ID? Teiki, Kamen Rider Nigo. It was either gonna be this one or it was gonna be the "If there is no God or there is no Buddha" quote, but I went for this one. Alright, give me a second everyone, gotta take a quick bio break, and we're gonna have a 90-second ad break because Twitch forces me to do so. So, 1 second here, and we'll be right back. Stay connected to the portal. Omatase shimashita. So yeah, let's continue with the showcase of everything that was done in the challenge here. Because, so another thing that I did more subtly, and I kind of regret doing this, I probably should have used the hashtag on the daily Kamen Rider account itself. You know, saying day 2 maybe, or just saying 39 Kamen Rider challenge. I did a tweet for each of the riders for the day, in all sorts of different ways. Well, in some of them it wasn't really the rider, but rather the series they came from, but I think it checked out, and we'll keep seeing them as we go along. And then for day 2, we start with the format that I use for most of these. So, number 2, Ichimonji Hayato's pose. Now, for this pose was not that difficult to do, and I had a precedent for that because I have done it before. I actually want to show you something I did for last year's challenge because, give me a second here. Because I actually promoted this as a video in my channel, and it's right here on the thumbnail of what was the 38-day Kamen Rider challenge at the time. I did not promote this on video this time on YouTube because I mostly focused on Twitter for this challenge. And I already, you know, I haven't had that many other videos since that. You know, when it comes to videos, I haven't had that many after that. So here we just did it like this in this case. It was just the promotion on Twitter itself. Now, actually, we will be getting back to YouTube, so let me keep the tab open when we get to day 25. But yeah, day 2, Nigo. Number 2. Omise shion. Kamen Rider. Witness my henshin. And I started using those graphics in the back like this. So this is what I thought to do this year because I wasn't just gonna do the covers again if it was gonna mostly be the same. Some of those covers I think I could do better than I did them last year. Like, you know, a short cover of the opening theme for most of them, or the ending theme in some of them, or another theme that would fit. I did consider doing like another song from each of the riders or each of the series this time, but for reasons I can't get into here, I just didn't do that. But these graphics though is something that I figured I want to do. If everything goes right, this is gonna be the final year I get to do something like this in the first place, because hopefully by next year, by the time we have the 40-day Kamen Rider challenge, I'm already alive to the VTuber, which means I won't be able to do posing like this with myself. That's the benefit of being a 3D tuber in the style I am. We'll talk more about that as I get to the other graphics. Mr. Batmike here also did a rider kick for Kamen Rider Nigo on day number 2, and just as good as the previous one. This is the original outfit for Kamen Rider number 2 that they based the Shin outfit on. If Shin never gets a sequel or something like that, I would expect them to also upgrade it. I don't think it's gonna get a sequel, honestly, but I would expect them to do like the upgraded look. I always appreciate Rider 2 with a darker helmet, one way or another. I personally like that more. And then a gif of one of the henshins. This is not the first henshin, right? Here from Explosive Werewolf. What was I gonna say here though? See, I wanna see if I can tell what episode this is from. Can't tell the exact episode, but it's definitely one of the first episodes or so. With the outfit he's wearing and the way he's clearing the jacket. This may even be episode 15. Maybe even 16 or 17. Not that far away from the first episodes of Ichimonji. Right here. And then this is where it gets complicated. So, the reason why I didn't want to do it in chronological order like this is because it would cross over with the anniversary of Kamen Rider Stronger on April 5th. This is also B3 Day. But we had to acknowledge that one way or another. See, already Stronger is getting overshadowed by the release of Go Ranger on April 5th, which makes it be the entire anniversary of Super Sentai that day. Ironic that of all riders it's Stronger that gets overshadowed, but yeah. So I wanted this not to get too overshadowed, but you know, not the end of the world if we have both happen on the same day. We can acknowledge that on the Kamen Rider Daily account. So it was the 40th anniversary of Kamen Rider Stronger, and to acknowledge P3 Day and also Stronger Day, I was able to have this, which is a picture of Kasami Shiro, Jo Shieru, with Tachibana Tobe in the middle, meeting in the series, in the episode in which they met, in which I believe was episode 35 of Kamen Rider Stronger. Released Kamen Rider on Blu-ray? Isn't it released on Blu-ray already? I know the original series is gonna get a 4K release soon, but as far as I know, it was already on Blu-ray. If you mean in Blu-ray with subtitles, then it might be that. I know this Shout Factory is released, but don't know much about it actually. And then one of my favorite riders of all time, and the one which was my favorite rider, I was looking forward to doing this one. The pose ended up looking better than I expected. With the limitations I have in V-Roid Studio to pose, I ended up being able to do it like this. So a lot of the times when I twist my arm, it ends up really twisting the clothing like that. We may see it a little bit in other ones, but it worked out. And finally I wear the double typhoon, which is something I've looked forward to doing for so long. Haha. The B3 hopper is right here. I can throw it when I need to detect enemies and stuff. And it looks so nice. I love the way this graphic came together. I really like it. DCD also here with, I believe this must be from episode 2, right? Yes. Henshin V3. When Miyauchi was still saying V3, instead of saying V3, you know, in the transformation. It was still the early stages, and then he brought the Miyauchi factor into it and started customizing the transformations, so to speak. Henshin V3. This is the outfit from the later part of the series. His signature outfit is the one that he was wearing for Stronger here, which is the blue shirt with the white... What do you call it? I forget what you call that, like a jacket? Coat? No. I forget what you call this. And the white pants like that. But he looks so good in it. Oh, you meant subtitles, yeah. I think it came out great, thank you, DCD. B3 CSM, yes, because... Yeah, they're releasing a B3 CSM because this year is the 50th anniversary of B3, right? That happened like way back in March, I believe, but... Yeah. Trend Coat? Yeah, that might be the name. I don't know. I don't remember. You know, like that one that you use that is also for very formal wear. Sometimes you're wearing it underneath like a complete suit. Even a tuxedo or something like that. Explosive Werewolf used this picture with Spider-Man. Very nice. I forgot that they used this picture. They didn't actually cross over in an episode or anything. This was just a promotional picture. Nice as it looked though. And they had other promotional pictures based on this. A vest? Yeah, it might be vest. Feels like something different. Akai, Akai, Akai Kamen no Bisuni. So Seki no Hakasha tweeted this with the Mario outfit, because this was before they watched the Super Mario Brothers movie. Let's go, let's go. And they have the pose as well. And they did the pose very well. And also very well is this fantastic drawing from Mr. Bat Mike. Really good stuff in this one as well. Give me a second here. Let me try looking at their account to see if they did anything else. There were a couple days in which some of the tweets were being kind of shadow banned from Twitter, including mine. And I don't know the reason why. I don't know why. But yeah. Okay, I don't see any latest Kamen Rider tweets. They have a lot of great art. I'm not showing it on the screen, by the way. I'm looking at it off screen. But they have a lot of great art. Really good stuff. Alright. But yeah, great picture of B3 right here. I'm super partial. Maybe you could say even biased towards B3. But, you know, because it was my first series. But, you know, so many things about B3 that there are to love. Right, so Riderman Date. So this was the first one that is not based on like a whole series, right? But Riderman is a main rider, so he deserves a whole day for this, because it's based on the riders, though, you know, it kind of goes into the series for a lot of them. Riderman is one of the few cases in which you don't also have a series, you know. You could make like, if you have done art, for example, for Gaim Day, you made art on Knuckle and Gridon, for example. I would have retweeted that because it counts just as much. But for Riderman, you have no such thing. And yes, this is a picture that I wanted to do for a while. Which Riderman are you today? Hey, could you tell me in the chat? Today, which Riderman do you think you are today? For me, today, I am... I would say I'm number... What number am I today? I think I'm a mixture of number 3 and number 6. I'm talking a lot today, so number 3 maybe figures. And number 6, yeah, I'm having fun on the stream. I'm gonna smile based on that. We did that version of this picture before with which Takeshi Hongo are you today? So Ibu, you're number 2. Ah, DCD, you're number 7. You both seem very surprised. Sometimes life throws so many like things at you that yeah, you gotta be a number 2 or a number 7. The only reason I put number 7 is because it's a funny kind of look to Riderman. I forgot where this was from exactly, but I kind of regret that because it's pretty much the same picture as number 2. But whatever, it works out. So yeah, this was a funny one to make. And here's Yuki Joji as tweeted by DCD. And this is Riderman's first appearance. It doesn't have like the full transformation sequence, but it's the first appearance in front of Kamakui Game. What was the English name of this enemy? Kamakui Game. Fukushino Oni Liderman. I also remember the way this scene was done in the video game. And yeah, I had fun doing this picture for Riderman. I used the eye catch from that B3 video game as the background because I couldn't find any pictures from City Wars for Riderman, which is surprising because I thought he was in the game. So for this picture, I actually made a version with my hair sticking out of it, and this version without the hair sticking out. And I ended up going for this one because I thought it looked slightly better. I'm still wearing the belt, but the belt is actually not the transformation device. The transformation device is the helmet. And here I am doing the pose after putting on the helmet right here. Oh, how lovely it is, and how lovely that eye catch is because it's all purple like this. So it fits me nicely, doesn't it? Oh yes, and notice I'm also always using the logo for the rider in the lower right corner. If I ever do this for Super Sentai, I'm probably gonna do something similar. With the logos and all that. Wanted to include a transformation, but you wanted to switch up? Oh yeah, that works. That works. It's like the first appearance in that way. So Werewolf shared somebody's art for Riderman here. And yeah. It's nice that you were doing them to credit the artist because yeah, we should know where this comes from if possible. I would say the only time where maybe it's okay not to credit it is when it comes from like an official book or something like that, where it's kind of like public domain in a certain way. But for the most part, I just don't share art on the Kamen Rider Daily account for that reason. I retweet it if I can, but usually I don't like that. So Seika no Hakashi cosplay, he did this pose for Riderman. Fair enough, fair enough. I don't know if he was wearing the cap here intentionally, because it kind of fits as the helmet in that way. I think that was the intention that he went for, which is nice. I would love to see somebody's Riderman cosplay one day though. I would love that. Then a rider kick for Riderman right here. He didn't exactly have a rider kick. Usually when you see him do a rider kick is when he's together with other riders doing it, because otherwise he doesn't really do that. It's not really his finisher or anything like that. But it still works this way. Fantastic rider kick here. Just works so well. So now we move on to X Day. This is a whole vertical picture of the whole sequence. Exudaita, the whole henshin sequence from the original X series. And I say that because we've seen a modern version of this now from Kamen Rider Taisen, right? And yeah, it never gets old for me. I love the way they recreated that in Kamen Rider Taisen, complete with the groovy background, let's call it. So yeah, this is, I think, maybe his first transformation from the series that DCD share right here, along with a picture, of course, of Jin Kesuke. He uses his arm mostly for his finisher, Riderman. Yeah. He has the power arm. Sometimes he kind of finishes things off with the rope arm. That's how he did it in movie War Megamax. In the B3 video game, he was encouraged to do it with the power arm. Sometimes the machine gun arm makes an appearance, like in Spirits and Kamen Rider Taisen and beyond. Maybe even the cannon arm, but that's more for like the alternate universe Riderman, but I digress. For X-Rider, my right booker was the only alligator rider weapon in my possession, so here's your setup. Very nice, very nice. I like that they went the extra mile for that. I would love to see like an actual prop for the Rider stick or the Rider sword for X-Rider, but this works really nice. The right booker, which is something from Kamen Rider Decade, so they live up to that Sekai no Hakashi cosplay name, and we will see some Decade later. So here is the picture for X that I did. The idea to have the perfector on my hand here, or sorry, the redizer. The perfector is the other thingy that X has on the belt. The idea to have the redizer on the belt was actually something that came until I did everything else, until after I did everything else, because I only had the idea to do X's signature pose of having the arm forward like this. And it does fit to have the redizer like this, as it would get formed on the helmet after that, right? So this is one of the, I don't know, something about this is so visually pleasing. The way X's kick effect appears on the back is always so nice. And then this picture from a magazine, I feel like I've seen it somewhere else before, but yeah, shared by Explosive Werewolf right here. It's not Terebi-kun, is it? I think it's another one. No, wait, it might be Terebi-kun? I'm not sure. I see it saying Terebi right here. Still learning Japanese, but yeah. Ore wa X kaizoku. It says here in Japanese. Ore wa X kaizoku. Let's see what it says here. Setup. Kamen Rider X. Very nice, very nice. And then a nice X kick from Mr. Bad Mike. It doesn't have the typical X effect that you saw with the kick, but it still works so well. The Rydell stick in the back, very nice, very nice. Just love the way the colors come together on the art that Mr. Bad Mike did. And the scarf just looks so nice blowing in the wind like that. Very unique scarf that X has. Now for Amazon. So here's a clip of Amazon just destroying this poor crab Beastman and making it bleed all over the place. And Amazon right here. Call Yamamoto Daisuke, but nobody ever calls him by that name within the series. To me, he's just Amazon. Kamen Rider Amazon. So I didn't use the name on my graphic that we'll see later. But yeah, here's Amazon finishing somebody off. And for the picture on the account itself, I went a little bit extra to be able to do this picture and showcase, like, it was actually very hard to find a picture of Amazon and Masahiko, like, you know, the actor for Masahiko when he was like as young as that, of both of them doing the friendship sign together, because I wanted to echo that with this one, and this was the best I could do. They're kind of like shadowed because of where they are, and it was actually kind of hard to find a good one of them shaking hands with each other to mirror this one, which this was to commemorate the Blu-ray release, I believe, and I think it was it's been a while since that, but yeah. But they had both actors for Amazon and for Masahiko so many years later. To see Masahiko grown up is always a blast. There was also this clip that from a game show where it was like, I think it's like, what was the English name for this game show? Jeopardy? No, it's not Jeopardy. Family Feud, I think it's called in like the US. So it's like the Japan version of that, or the US is the US version of whatever it's called in Japan. I don't know which one came first, but they had a Family Feud sort of showing, which it was 5 Kamen Rider actors versus 5 Ultraman actors, and one of the actors was Masahiko's actor. And this is from like, wow, I think early in the 90s or late in the 80s. Tobei Tachibana's actor is still alive at the time, Akiji Kobayashi. So yeah, you know, it's always great to see like a grown-up Masahiko. I had a little bit of fun with this one though for Amazon. I didn't have any name for this, it was just Kamen Rider Amazon, because again, Yamamoto Daisuke, to me, it's not really like a name to call out for him, because he doesn't really get called that in this series. So Amazon! I had the Gige armlet, and I had an effect to use these shark teeth for this, because it makes sense to have a wide look. See, a thing that in retrospect I regret now not doing, it would have taken a bit more work, but it might have been nice to do, is to actually change my outfit colors and my eye colors to reflect the colors of like the rider suits. I think I might have been able to do something good with that, or something decent to an extent, and I did do it to an extent in the double tweet that we'll get to later. But well, this still works though. This still works. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, it may actually be better this way, because it's my signature color, just in my regular outfit, just wearing the rider belts to transform or other devices. In this case, I would say the transformation device is the Gigi armlet, Also in Ultraman. Oh, yeah. Akiji Kobayashi also in the original Ultraman series, which I still need to watch. And he was on Team Rider for that, though, funny enough. Day 6, Daisuke Yamamoto, aka Kamen Rider Amazon. And this GIF is from Superhero Taisen Set, if I'm not mistaken. I can tell, you can see how much of a maniac I am with Kamen Rider, that I can tell you where some of these clips come from, like the specific movie, the specific episode, or like a lot of them. And then a rider kick for Amazon. As I said, I don't think Amazon even does a rider kick, but I think he does just for a second. So, much like Riderman, Amazon usually just does a kick when he's doing it together with other riders. Oh yeah, I did reply to this. He mostly does it when rider kicking with the other riders, but you also see it other times here and there. The most memorable for me is in a fight against Decade in which their rider kicks collide mid-air, which is at the beginning of the All Riders vs. Daishocker movie. He actually even calls out loud, Amazon kick! But yeah, still looks so nice, right? He uses his arm, yeah, for the great slice, the Dai Setsudan. And then these are other retweets. They announced the Kensan versus Desast Outsider special came out at the time, and then they announced this crazy thing with Bronze Drive Banno returning, as well as Nico Saiba, Horobi, and then Tachibana Sakuya also talking about Forza, which is like, oh my god, like the meta commentary there. Because this actor played another character in Forza, but this is, I think, Tachibana Sakuya from Blade. It's not that character from Forza. So I like that they're connecting the two together. They did something similar with Kamen Rider Girls Remix last year when they... Was it last year? I think it was last year. When they had the actress for Sawa in Build and Akiko know each other. Sawa and Akiko know each other because the actress played another character in Double Returns Axel that, like, you know, kind of interacted with Akiko and Axel. That was, like, so much fun to watch. These specials are, like, 5 out of 5 for me. This is the kind of, like, connection and continuity that I love to see within Kamen Rider series. And yeah, like, this is in July. Like, I'm so looking forward to it. So, Sekai no Hakashi cosplay doing a sort of Amazon pose. Pic taken at Tokyo Disneyland in front of Stitch. I love it though, I love it. Like, Stitch kind of fits in this sense, the wildness of it. Gee. It works out in that way. Kind of a cool detail is that we were kind of seeing their day-to-day activities that they were doing, you know, before going to see the Super Mario movie at Tokyo Disneyland. It was very nice. Kamen Rider Serogo, Miles Polar from Shin Kamen Rider. And then we had this picture from Kamen Rider Stronger. Fantastic picture, I think that should be shared. Then DCD shared, yes, Stronger transforming into Char Chomp. And of course, the legendary Joe Shigeru, as played by the late Araki Shigeru, on this picture. And that beautiful Char Chomp form. This might be the first appearance of Char Chomp, I don't remember. But I think it was. Yeah, I think it's the first appearance. And then this picture, I love the way it came together. I went the extra mile to wear gloves for this. And I'm glad I was able to find a couple of gloves that look nice enough. And then I put this lightning effect on the glove. So this is like in the middle of the transformation. And here's the Electra belt. Electra. Erectora. It would be in Japanese. And what I have here in Japanese is the signature quote of Stronger. Ten ga yobu, shi ga yobu, hito ga yobu, aku o taoseta ore o yobu. Iken, akunin domo, ore wa seigi no senshi, Kamen Rider Stronger. Love the way this picture came out as well. And then also love the way this came out from Mr. Batmike. Really great art. I can see there's supposed to be lightning effect around Stronger. Stronger Den Kick. Let's go. And then hope you all have a stronger Easter today. Oh yes, it was Easter itself. And SNH just doing this signature pose of Stronger. Great stuff right there. Great stuff. One thing that I would love to have some days to collect, like, all belts for all riders. All the main riders at the very least. And some of them I would be more than okay just doing like a cosplay version of them. Because, you know, actually buying a toy belt, even the cheapest ones, like, can be so cheap for that. Can be so expensive, sorry, for that. More about the special, more about Shin Kamen Rider. Yeah, the Shocker Riders from Shin Kamen Rider. Hachionna. And then this clip shared by Explosive Werewolf, one of the many henshins that he did. Yeah, I can't identify the specific episode for this one, I think. But that's okay. That's okay. And then for Daily Kamen Rider, this was a series of pictures that they did, I think promoting a video game or two, in which they all had this Shocker background. And they did one for each of the main riders, and even beyond main, I think. So this is the one they used for Sky Rider, and I tried to recreate this pose. You can see the comparison here when I did my graphic. Because for Sky Rider, one big problem with Sky Rider is that it's kind of hard to give it like a signature pose, because there's like 2 signature poses you can give to Sky Rider, but they're shared with other riders. So the first one is with just a diagonal arm, that is the pose of Ichigo, the signature rider pose, you might say. The other one is a pose that he does at the start of his transformation sequence, where he's extending his arm, you know, palms facing forward. But it's pretty much the same as Kamen Rider X's signature pose, and that's the big problem with that. So usually what you do with Sky Rider is something like this, that is kind of like extending his arm towards the sky, implying that he's he's Sky Rider, he's a flying rider. And this was the best way I could recreate it within V-Roid Studio. I think it came out really well, all things considered. With the background, it comes together quite nicely. And Sky Rider spelled, I forget the name, Tornado, I think it was? No, Tornado only. But yeah, that's the name of it. Alright, let's take a pause for a moment though. Gotta go for 90 seconds of ads. Let me drink some water in the meantime. And we'll take a look at the rest of them. We're only on day 8 of 39. See how slow we're going? I really want to take my time talking about each and every one of them. I think we have enough of them that we can take some time with each of them and not have to rush through them too much, you know? So this is the way we're gonna do it. Just give me a second right here. And I'm sorry if the ads are annoying to anybody. The thing is, it's either like this or to have them at random times within the stream, which is not what I want. So every 30 minutes or so, I gotta run them, basically. We're listening to stream beats, bunch of different stream beat songs from Senpai Gaming. Cannot recommend them enough. Let me take a look at something here though. Give me a second. While there's still like 30 seconds of that song going. All right. I think we are ready to move on in a few seconds. Yeah, there is no shortage of entries to look at. And again, this could not have been done without all of you, you know. I could have just done the tweet, and there could have been 0 engagement on that, and nobody would have cared, maybe. I would have been the only one participating in it. And I'm glad that was not the case. We made a successful hashtag together. So let's freaking go. Now, Hiroshi Tsukuba by DCD. This is from Octo Gangster. Taco Gang. Kusama ningen no teki da. Yuruzan. Sky Henshin. So, Taco Gang means this is the episode with... It's probably the episode with B3. It's probably the team up with B3. Yeah, it says right there, Kazami Senpai. And B3, meanwhile, was taking care of this, like, baboon or gorilla-like enemy in those episodes. Sky Rider, still probably my favorite Kamen Rider series of all time. Well, also known as just Kamen Rider or New Kamen Rider. because of the fantastic way it treated. It was a reboot at first, and then it was like a fantastic continuity-laden series. And I think it's the perfect blueprint for any series that has returning writers in it, whether it's an anniversary series or not. And it doesn't need to be an anniversary series to have that. Wish they could have gone in that direction more for Revised, but I digress. And then this picture from Werewolf for day 8, which is dedicated to Skyrider. I don't know where I've seen this picture before, but yeah. This is the first appearance, the first outfit, I mean, for Skyrider before they made the colors brighter and did some other changes. And the belt had like black dots, black spots over it, kind of like a ladybug, like Tackle. Oh yeah, special mention to Tackle, by the way, for Stronger Day. And then the best I can do for Skyrider, I didn't feel like posing because his pose looks somewhat similar to Ichigo's, so as I said, one of the poses looks like that. I appreciate the effort that SNH did right here, just trying to do the flying. That is honestly a really good way to go about it. And then Skyrider with a sky kick from Mr. Batmike. Wonderful art on this. I have a very soft spot for Skyrider again because of how great the series is. And now let's move on to Super One. So this pic of Super One with just exploding background, can't go wrong with a picture like that. Any rider with a picture like this works out well. And then a henshin from Kazuya Oki. Oh yeah, I've been saying that I can like identify the clip by myself sometimes, but in the case of DCD's tweets, they always mention what episode it comes from. So Oki Kazuya right here, and then from episode 2 right here, yeah. That's when Kazuya had still just created the henshin sequence. And he did that by training in his karate gi, like this. And this is the first henshin sequence. It became more simple later. But I love the way he does it in the second episode. And this picture from Climax Fighters, they did a lot of promotional pictures like this for Climax Fighters. These are the elemental hands. One of them freezes, the other one burns. Hey, reminds me of a certain black mage in Final Fantasy XIV. Aha!
Supernova explosion!
Speaking of Final Fantasy, listen to that. DCD, you absolute maniac.
DCD_complete gifted a tier 1 sub to Adam Bacon Donut Butt Bandit.
Well, we have a Supernova explosion. It's on Adam Bacon Donut Butt Bandit, my dear friend right here, and also supporter. DCD, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub to Adam. Much appreciated. Really like that you went for that. Right there. Well, thank you so much for gifting that sub and supporting the stream even more with that. I feel like I thank you more than enough today already from participating in the challenge and not from doing this. So thank you. Now, thanks to you, once again, Adam, who has been a subscriber for a while now already, is going to be a supernova beyond superstar, wherever he may go, whether it's Tatooine, whether it's Tokyo, whether it's Kyoto, Futo, Sawame, Toto, Hokuto, Seto, or wherever it is he may go. It's a supernova explosion. Thank you once again for that. So yeah, enjoy that that badge for that. And yeah, so I gotta talk a little bit about the graphic I did here. So the graphic I did for Super One, this is one of the poses that he does for fighting. Kamen Rider Super One, and he does this pose, right? And this is the open belt, sort of implying that I've already transformed, quote unquote, and I already have the powers of Super One with me. I tried doing other poses of Super One. I tried doing like I tried doing other poses, like the one where he has like the elbow bent in the middle of the transformation, and the arm is vertical, but it didn't look right. I sort of tried doing the other one at the end of the henshin. It didn't look right, but later I was able to do that pose right. Let me show you actually. Moving a little bit away from Kamen Rider and into Super Sentai and even Power Rangers here. I love this thumbnail that I did for the latest Chroma Squad screen on YouTube. If you notice, I'm doing that signature Jew Ranger / Mighty Morphin pose with the Dino Buckler, right? And that is a similar thing that I would have had to do with the pose, but at the time in which I was trying to do it, it didn't come out right. Also, hey, look forward to the next thumbnail that I'm gonna do for Chroma Squad. I'm gonna use... I'm not gonna use the same thing from Jew Ranger, but I'm gonna use something from Q Ranger, which is probably my favorite Super Sentai series. So, looking forward. I really like the way that thumbnail also came together. But yeah, I ended up settling for this pose for Super 1, and it works out as well. It works out as well. And yeah, this is the pose that I was talking about. One of the poses that I tried to do, but it didn't look right. It just didn't look right to me, the way with the limitations I have in V-Roid Studio. But yeah, Seka no Hakasha is doing it basically right here. No fancy gauntlets for Super 1, unfortunately. Would have been nice to see them, but that's okay. That's okay. And then Mr. Batmike's beautiful rider kick art for Super 1. Super Laida kick. Super Laida. Setsuden. No, what did he say? Well, I forget, but yeah. Super Laida something kick. And then, yes, so now it's Sekro's day. One of my most favorite riders, thanks to what they've done with him on Spirits. Spirits, the best tokusatsu manga ever. ever. And it's been running for over 20 years now. I heard a rumor that it might be ending very soon. I really hope they adapt it to anime one day, because there's like so much potential in it. So much potential. So I knew that for Sekro's Day I was gonna do a Spirits tweet on the main account, and I did this one talking about 3 of the like elder gods: Susanoo, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, before the Tsukuyomi from Gyo, who basically, well, Susanoo is basically the great leader of Badan and pretty much all the organizations before that, including Shocker, is that great leader, the great leader, Daishurio. Amaterasu, I think, took the body of, I don't remember, I think it was Susanoo that also took Sekro's body. Well, the point is that Ryo Murasame was meant to be like the host for the great leader eventually, or something like that. Or at least one of the 3 gods. Sekro's sister, who kinda got this pink Sekro's look, was supposed to be the host for Tsukuyomi. But you know, things didn't quite go to plan. And that is the plot that they have for Spirits. That went far away from what they did in the TV series. Which makes it be an even more fantastic manga series. But yeah, DCD for Day 10, Ryo Murasame. Clip, of course, from Birth of the 10th Kamen Riders altogether. So this is the transformation that he did in his duel against Tiger Bazooka. Mikage Eisuke, his best friend. Oh, what a battle that was. What a battle that was. I believe it's Mikage Eisuke who becomes one of these 3 hosts, but I'm not sure. Eisuke Mikage. But yeah, it's the transformation and then a little bit of the fight, including the Sekro's kick. Oh no, wait, it's not a transformation. It starts from here. When it uses the bomb there, a few of the abilities, micro chain. It's great that we get to see a little bit of those in Kamen Rider Taisen. What Kamen Rider Taisen did for Kamen Rider Sekros was just fantastic. The fact that they got Shun Sugata back for that, and they used Sekros in the way they did, like, and his abilities, like, it was unbelievable to me. Still is to this day. Because for so long, I thought we would never see Sekros again. Like, I always relate this to like Doctor Who for some reason. There's like a lot of parallels between Doctor Who and Kamen Rider. And close to that time, Doctor Who also had like an unexpected return of an actor that had only been the Doctor for one special, and that is Paul McGann. And you know, Ryo Murasame's actor Shun Sugata had only been Sekros for that one special, and he never came back afterwards until that beautiful movie, Rider Taisen. So here's Explosive Werewolf. Just a picture of Ryo Murasame Sekros. That's all it takes. That's all it takes right there. And then myself for this, I like the way this one came together. I positioned myself on purpose to kind of cover Sekros, so that if you notice the way the scarf, the way the green scarf is behind me, kind of makes it look like it's behind me. Like, you know, I'm actually wearing it and it's kind of behind me. And of course I'm wearing the belt, super simple belt to wear in this case. And I think it works out quite nicely. The pose was not as difficult to do as I thought it would. It ended up looking better than I thought. Again, limitations prevent me from doing it a certain way, but I think it came out quite nicely. Couldn't do it the exact same way as you see in this picture here. So another thing that I haven't mentioned yet is that a lot of the time, because of the way I have to pose in V-Roid Studio and what I have to do in Photoshop afterward, so the belts and pretty much all the devices that you're gonna see me hold in the future pictures, all of them were done in Photoshop post-production, so to speak. And in order to be able to put the belts on the right way, with my limited knowledge of Photoshop and all that, I always have to make sure I'm facing completely front. Like, it has to be a completely frontal shot. Otherwise, if I'm like leaning to like another side, to one side or another like that, when I use the pictures for the belts, they are only the frontal shots of the belts. And I have no idea how to make it so that it becomes like a side shot of the belt or a diagonal side shot or whatever you want to call it. So I always had to make sure I'm facing the front, and for some of the poses that made it more difficult, because some of the poses you actually have to bend the body a little bit. This is one of those poses, but it ended up looking better than I expected. So that made it be a challenge. I thought that I would be able to pump out these pictures at a very fast rate, like one after the other within a single day, but I pretty much could only have time for like one per day. So I was really doing them like many of these just the day before. Like the one that I did today, the Geats picture, I literally finished yesterday. So I did that final picture yesterday. So I participated in the challenge every day basically. Tekai no Hakaisha kinda has Sekiros's pose here, as they have a rubberized shuriken for Sekiros. I love it, I love it. Great stuff, and that shuriken works just as well. And a nice Sekiros kick. Love the green effects to the side. They look very nice with Sekiros. The green scarf and the green eyes. Here for Sekiros Day, the 10th day, which was April 12th. 12 April 2023. Good stuff right here. Alright, for Black, I displayed the two bikes along with Kamen Rider Black, Battle Hopper, and Road Sector on the account. This is a tweet that I probably had saved for a while. I probably was gonna do one like this at some point, in which I showcase the two bikes that Black has. DCD shares this clip from episode 4 of Kotaro Minami transforming in his first outfit, which is pretty much one of his signature outfits, with this gray jacket. I think it's the outfit they used for him in Seigen no Keifu, which has a 20th anniversary this year, by the way. So yeah. And that hair that is more like the black Kotaro Minami hair, rather than the Black RX shorter hair that he would have later in Black RX. And then this gif of Kamen Rider Black with the smoke coming out. So good when that smoke comes out right after doing the transformation, and then just posing like that. Love the way they recreated that also for the Superhero Tyson Grand Prix Kamen Rider 3 movie and the decade appearances. Quick Black selfie before I see Suzume today. So SNH went to see Suzume. Don't know much about the movie, but I know it's an anime movie that like was internationally released. And a quick Black selfie with a little bit of Splatoon in there. There you go. And a nice rider kick from Black. Red effects to the side. You need no more than these colors for Black. Black, white, yellow, and red. Those are the colors of Kotaro Minami in his first form. And for Black, I went for a color palette that I haven't used in a while, which is with the blacker outfit and, well, also the darker hair right here. And doing what is supposed to be the pose for the Kingston Flash. And hopefully with the background of Black doing it, you can see that I meant to do a Kingston Flash in that way, right? Give me a second, let me drink some water here. Kingston Flash. And then, oh yes, a nice VFX breakdown from Shin. And then we immediately move on to Black RX. This is from episode 47, in which all the veteran 10 riders are acknowledging Black RX as one of their own, as a true Kamen Rider through and through. Fantastic clip. I used part of this clip before on the Kamen Rider Daily account. At the very end, when all the riders are like, how do you call it when everybody puts their hands on top of each other, like in a team pose? Well, you know, doing that pose. This one, this part right here. I love this exchange right here. Oh! Great stuff. And then they all pose together. Great stuff. And this is the signature outfit of Kotaro Minami, right? With that signature jacket. His hair still wasn't as short as it got later in the series. There's still that carryover from Black, if you will. And then, oh yes, this clip. This clip. Yeah, perfect scene. Okay, this clip we have to watch. So this is what I shared for Black RX Day. Yeah, I think this was a good one. From SD Kamen Rider. Sunshine Moon! Oh, and his reaction is so funny though. I saw a lot of comments like saying like the name of a character. I didn't quite understand them because I was able to read them in Japanese actually. Just putting my Japanese skills to practice. Let me see if they said it here. They said it in one of the... Oh shoot, we shouldn't leave that page actually. Let's do it from here. They said it in one of the many quote tweets for that. Doshiyo, what did they say? Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon na noni? Puri Puri Saemon. Puri Puri Saemon. No, Buri Buri Saemon, I think it was. Which turned out to be a character from Shin-chan. That is like a pig character. Voiced by the same actor, I think. And when he gets angry about being named Sunshine Moon, he goes into that a little bit of that voice right there. That porcupine voice, if you will. But yeah. So for Black RX, I actually went for the black outfit, but without having the dark hair, which is meant to show that it's Black RX in which he went a little bit brighter, but still looking a little bit black, right? It's black, but it's Black RX. So a little bit of brightness added in while still having a little bit of Kamen Rider Black in there. And doing that signature pose with the double Kingstone belt, if we can call it that. I am the child of the sun. Ore wa Taiyo no ko. Kamen Rider Black RX. Yeah, slightly less Black RX. The best way to describe it. He gets a little bit of more green into the outfit, if you will. Let's call it that. Oh yes, and this clip from the team up special where there were like 4 Kotaros in black, Robo Rider, Bio Rider, and Black RX forms. Right? Shadow Moon is an awesome villain. It is indeed. The blueprint for evil riders in the future. Well, the Shocker Riders were there too before that, but still great. Quick Black RX selfie before work, doing that pose again from SNH Cosplay. Great stuff right there, great stuff right there. And then this kick from Black RX, I love that they went the extra mile to show the kick right here, because when Black RX does his rider kick, it's one using both legs. For Black RX, the real signature move is more like the Revolt Cane stab, but he did still have that rider kick, right? He used the Revolt Cane stab more often than he did the rider kick, but he had the rider kick like this. And I love what they did right here for that. Kind of looks like a bunny with the way the antennae are done. Labito. And here on the Rider Daily account we showcase Shin's special moves from City Wars. So the thing about City Wars is that they have a lot of graphics that look like this. But for Shin, they literally only had 4. So they were perfect for a tweet. Because the limit of pictures on a tweet is 4. So they worked just as well. Poor Shin deserves more love. And a clip of Shin Kasamatsuri. I think this is where we have the fatality. The spine ripping. Yeah, this is it. Destroying that cyborg like that. Just cutting their neck. And then being able to rip the spine open like that. The green blood dripping. If it's blood, it might just be like oil from the cyborg or something like that. Shin was one that was hard to find pics for, not as many as Shin, Jay, and Seto. Yeah. So, Shin was also hard in other ways. The thing about the next 3 riders, the 19th trilogy as I call them, is that none of them has a belt. None of them has a transformation belt. And so I had to get super creative with them. With Shin, I figured that I would change my eyes to a red color and then make my skin green. So I had to make my skin green in V-Ray Studio, but then I went into Photoshop to make it more like the actual green skin tone that Shin has. And I actually only realized recently that it actually changed the eye color on the left. So it looks like I have heterochromia in here, which is not what I intended actually, but they're both meant to be like this shade of red. It even changed the color of the star on my face a little bit, but you know, it's all for the sake of doing the picture this way. I had the antenna kind of look like this. I had to get just so creative with the pose. And had to be really careful about the way I did it because I ended up looking like a zombie sometimes and like an alien at times. You know, like a stereotypical green alien, if you will. Which is not what I was going for. So I really needed the antenna to be part of it, and as I said on the tweet itself, I had to get super creative with that. But I think what I came up with ended up being really good. That pose I think really worked like that. And then the best Sekai no Hakashi could do for Shin, honestly, I appreciate this. I appreciate what they did right there. Just, yeah, the pose just screaming as they're transforming. And the body is just being transformed like that. Getting some Shrek vibes. Yeah, there could be Shrek vibes as well. It's the best I could do. It wasn't that bad though. But yeah, not drawing a rider kick for the 39 Kamen challenge today because he doesn't even have one. Though again, there's a few times in which Shin does a rider kick when he's doing it together with the other riders. He did that in All Riders vs. Dai Shocker, and I believe recently in Superhero Senki. So I might be mistaken. Way much hatred that people are doing some of these comments for X8? What do you mean? Not sure what you're talking about, Werewolf. But let's not talk about those things anyway. But for Shin, what they did is just the spine freshly ripped. Such a cute Shin with a cute ripped skull there too. And honestly, I like what they did with this. Looks like such a cute Shin, seriously. Funny thing about Shin is that it can end up looking so cute. Especially in those like net movie specials that they did in the early 2010s. Anyway, we move on to Seto. In the Kamen Rider Daily account itself, we shared a picture from the manga. I knew once again that I would do a manga picture for Seto. This is basically like one of the cover pictures, I think, or not cover, but rather the splash picture for like the beginning of the chapter, basically. Seto O, and I like the way that looks so much. I think it worked out. And then a clip of Seto doing a rider break to fight against Doras from the Seto movie, of course. Masaru Aso, played by this actor that I want to see more of. I really want to watch Blue SWAT because I discovered only recently that Kashu Domon Kashu, the name of the actor here, was also in Blue SWAT, and there's like so little of him around. The same with Shin's actor, but I couldn't find anything else really to watch of him. And you know, at least with Jay's actor, he's also Tyranno Ranger in Jew Ranger. In the future, I'll be watching Jew Ranger one day. But you know, because you have so little of these actors in their own movies, it's just one movie, one special, right? Well, one special in the case of Sekros. You want to see more of them doing more stuff. In the case of Sekros, I kind of get that in the form of Spirits, and he came back for Rider Tyson. Not to mention other voice acting appearances in like Gamba Rising and stuff like that. But for like the 90s trilogy riders, for Shin and Seto at least, I want to see more of them. And I want to watch Blue SWAT from Metal Heroes eventually for that reason. I think it would be really nice to see that. So, with Seto, this was the best I could do. I had to make a sort of semi-transparent shot of the helmet here, and trying to do this pose, which is supposed to be based on this pose, this shot from the end of Seto. I had to brainstorm all sorts of ideas for Seto, because with Shin I could turn my skin green like that, sort of make myself look monstrous in that way. With Jay, I have a little something that you're gonna see in a moment. But for Seto, I had nothing. Like, again, the 90s trilogy riders have no henshin belt, and they have no external devices that I can use, because there's no gun or sword or anything like that. So I just had to get really creative with them. And this was the best I could do with Seto. I think it worked out well, all things considered, honestly. But this was the one where I had to get the most creative, and the weakest one in a way, out of all the ones I did. But it was the best I could do. It was the best I could do for this. Maybe I should have changed the colors of my outfit for this one, just for this one, but it works out one way or another. And when you see it at a distance, it looks even better. The way the helmet kind of blends into me like this. I like it, doing the helmet be semi-transparent like this. So that's the way we did it for Seto. Very nice. SNH cosplay. Coincidentally, I was born the same year Seto came out, a little over a month prior. And yeah, these were also the days. I actually kind of missed this. These were also the days in which Seto and Jay were celebrating anniversaries. And for Seto, I believe it's the 30th anniversary, right? So it's 30 years of age. And for Jay, it's the 29th anniversary. I actually forgot about that, and I kind of did the tweets a little bit later. But yeah, here's Werewolf's tweet about this. This was done by Play with KOR, as you can see with from the watermark. I've seen a few nice fan pictures of theirs. And then I shared Kamen Rider J Legacy devices, so the Kamen Rider card. J is the easiest henshin pose. Yeah, I kind of did that. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Kamen Rider J, the J Gaia memory. J Lockseed. And last but not least, the J Ride Watch, used by Sonjis. I think it's a big crime. I think it's a big crime that Toei just keeps neglecting the Showa riders when it comes to legacy devices. And they just keep doing Heisei ad nauseum. Hashtag justice for the Showa riders. That's the next hashtag we're gonna do. Because man, like Revise, why did they even focus on the Heisei rider form so much? It was so soon after GO. They could have done more for Showa, and they just did this instead. They sometimes just overdo it with the Heisei era and beyond so much. You know, it's like when you see those compilations sometimes on YouTube, like, all Kamen Rider transformations, and it's Kuga to Geats or something. Like, why are you skipping everything before Kuga? Why? It's so weird. But yeah, today is the 30th anniversary of Kamen Rider Seito. So, boom. Right here. Though it was on J-Day itself for the challenge. Again, why I didn't want to do the challenge in this order necessarily. I wanted to do it in reverse chronological order, ending it on the anniversary itself with Ichigo, but it works out this way as well. And then this picture from the team-up of Jay and Seto, which works just so well. This is Kamen Rider World, a nice 8-minute, like, short that I highly recommend a lot of people watch. Also because it's so short, right? Though preferably watch it after watching Seto and Jay. It pays off even better. And you know, those movies are not that long either. I like to think it's not that much of people's time. Anyway, gotta run an ad for 90 seconds, so let's wait a little bit. Let me drink more water in the meantime. And we'll get to the stuff for Jay itself. What is next? More stuff for the anniversary of Seto. Oh yeah, Infix, who did the theme for Seto. Aiga Tomaranai did a tweet for that. That was great. And fittingly, yesterday was the 29th anniversary of Kamen Rider J. Next year will be the 30th. We should do a special tweet for that, provided everything is still going well in the Kamen Rider Daily account. You know, I really wish the actor Yuta Mochizuki for J would have been able to come back for Kamen Rider Taisen, because the year that movie came out was 2014, and earlier in that year they also did a movie where they had all the Dinosaur Sentai at the time team up, which was Kyoryuger, Jew Ranger, and Aba Ranger, and teaming up with the Go Busters for that, but mostly kind of neglecting them in favor of Dinosaur Sentai. And Yuta Mochizuki was back as Tyranno Ranger for that. Like, they could have just done the filming like around the same time to make him come back as Kamen Rider J for Kamen Rider Taisen, because it was also like the 20th anniversary at the time of Kamen Rider J. They were celebrating like Vice's anniversary, 10th anniversary at the time, 10th after ending, the like 40th anniversary of X, the 30th anniversary of Sekros. They were doing so many things. If only they had J for that with the original actor, that would have been great. But anyway, here he is as Koji Seikawa, and a clip from the movie. I think this is the one in which Jay is growing giant, right? Which also makes sense. Is it that one? I think it's that one. The one and only rider to grow gigantic. Well, Decade kind of can become gigantic in a different way, but really Jay is the one that can just naturally do it. Wouldn't be surprised if in the future we get another one that can grow giant in another way. We've had things kind of close to that with some big forms for some riders, but not quite the same as Jay. Oh, what about Ichigo? Yeah, no, I think it was a one-time thing when he was teaming up with Ultraman. That one time in the special. It was great though. But Jay is really the one that can just do it at a moment's notice, you might say. But yeah, you're right, Ichigo turned giant in the special Ultraman versus Kamen Rider. But yeah. So this is the pose I did. What I knew that I would be able to do for Jay is to just have like the signature J that appears whenever Jay is doing the pose. Now, the way Jay does it actually uses two of the fingers, the index and the middle finger for this. But I was only able to do it this way because of the limitations of Vero Studio, and actually, I had to go the extra mile to be able to make this pose because you see this pose with both the thumb and the index finger out. You can't do that in Vero Studio. So I made two pictures, one of them in which I'm holding the thumb out like this, and one of them in which I'm holding the index finger out like this, and I erased one of the pictures on top of the other picture, like part of it, to be able to show a little bit of the thumb. And the way you see it, you can't even see that. Like, it ended up looking so good actually, and I'm very proud of the way that came out. Like, I had to manipulate two pictures, one on top of the other, erasing part of it, just, you know, not changing anything else about the pose, posing the exact same way, one with just the index finger out, one with just the thumb out, because of the limitations of what you can do with the hands in Vero Studio. And so this is the way I did it, and then I placed the J on top of it, like this, and it all ended up working out like that. So this is what I mean when I'm telling you a little bit behind the scenes of the pictures right here. But yeah, as I said, Shin, Zeto, and Jay are the only main riders without a belt, and they have no external trinket I could have used, so they were more difficult. But I managed to use Jay's signature pose effect here, and it was great. And yeah, here it is, SNH just doing it with more effectiveness, right? Jay, just Jay. Just Jay. And then drone rider kicks for both of them, so a double rider kick with Zeto and Jay, which fits very nicely in that way. Zeto and Jay both doing a double rider kick in this way. A nice effect on the kick of Jay right there. I really like it. You can tell the difference when you see them side by side like this, right? Zeto has the golden markings and Jay has the green markings. And well, there's some other more minor details, but I'm not gonna get into them here. And oh yes, and DCD also acknowledged the ending of the Showa era. Well, the Rider Showa era, not the actual calendar Showa era, because they extended to include Shin, Zeto, and Jay. Because it actually ends with Black RX in 1989, right? But, well, yeah, they just like put Shin, Zeto, and Jay in there. Also to be able to have 15 riders and all that. So there's this clip. I don't know what the other clip is. I think it's the entire Showa era, right? What is this? Is this part that was only until the Showa era, right? Yeah. This was, I forget what this was promoting. It was promoting like a project of like multiple riders or so. And then it would move on to the rest of the riders, but it cuts right here just to have the Showa era, right? DCD? Yeah. So then for Kuga, we just asked people what's their favorite Kuga form. It's pretty much every Kuga form that there's ever been, including like Rising Ultimate and the variations of that. People reply with their favorites. Of course, my favorite has got to be Titan and Rising Titan both together because purple. Oh, Jacket Project, right. A Jacket Project got that production value for a commercial. That's amazing. But yeah. Actually, I really like Amazing Mighty though. Maybe because we didn't see that much of it and there's some sort of a novelty because of that. But Amazing Mighty looks like a lot of fun. Here's a Rising Titan, there's Amazing Mighty. I would love to see more of Amazing Mighty somewhere. But yeah, Yusuke Godai, a clip from episode 30. Yeah, he does a rider kick here on the monster, on the Gronji, I believe. And of course, Yusuke just with the thumbs up. And yes, so for Kuga, I actually forgot I did this already for Kuga. Oh well, yeah, I reshared it, I did it earlier this year. A short cover of Aosora ni Naru by Jin Hashimoto. And I just reshared it. I just reshared it in this case. 重い荷物を枕にしたら深呼吸 青空に and that's all you're gonna listen here on the stream. You want to listen to the whole thing? Just look at my tweet here, or better yet, go to the YouTube short on my YouTube channel. But it was a resharing of that. But I also did a regular graphic as usual, which we'll see later. And SNH Cosplay had a complete Kuga cosplay, though this is Decade transformed into Kuga, as you can see from the belt. But it looks so good. Looks so good. So a complete cosplay once again. Back to the cosplay selfies where I did Kuga for his 20th anniversary. Yes, I know technically I'm doing Decade, but I still need to make an article without it costing me an arm and a leg like the CSM. Fair enough, right? Kamen Rider Kuga. And then I did the regular graphic. The pose looks so perfect, and it was actually so difficult to do. Cho Henshin though, because I had the purple Titan belt, though I did do an alternate version with the regular red belt. But yeah, with the Titan belt right here, we have it like this. And if this hadn't worked out though, I would have been able to just do like a thumbs up pose, very simple. But I'm glad this one worked out in this way. So that's what we did for Kuga. This is one of my most visually favorite ones. One of my favorite ones visually for day 16. This one is hilarious though. This has nothing to do with what we're looking at, but I just had to retweet it. How defeated fascism with the power of love by Takeshi Hongo. Chapter 1, the power of love. The first step in my journey was realizing that it is impossible to defeat fascism with the power of love. Chapter 2, the power of incredible violence. Anyway, for Agito, a GIF from the opening in which they're in this racetrack and like Agito, G3X, and Gills are like kind of racing. I always like that. So for Agito, I just did this one. Some of them are super simple, but they still work so well, I would say. And then a kind of late one, at least in terms of the retweet, for the Kuga Rider kick that Mr. Pat Mike did. Look at the detail on the kick, on the sole right here. So well done, and then like the effect moving on from that. Really well done. Really well done, all things considered. But back to Agito. A clip from episode 26. This is Agito. So the belt in this picture I think is about to be like for Trinity or for Burning or even Shining form. Not entirely sure. Yeah, this is with Trinity form. Agito Trinity. Doing a finisher. Yeah, this is the first time Trinity form appears, I believe. Where they finally stop using the amazing Believe Yourself song. And they use Deep Breath. Which is a good song, but Believe Yourself I like a million times better than this. Okay, that was just Twitter compression, yeah. So, ready to go, count 0. So we have Agito right here. For the signature pose of Agito, sort of like breathing deeply for the pose right here. And it's similar to what I did also when I did the cover for Agito over on my channel. Only I had a different outfit at the time, but I pretty much channeled the same energy to be doing the same pose right here. And that cover I did share. Oh no, I closed the tab, hold on. Oh, I need to reopen the tab. Oh, damn it. Okay, I need to scroll all the way down, hold on. Gonna take a little while here. Okay, there we are. Day 13 Shin, okay. Didn't take that long to scroll down. Just hitting the end key helps out a lot. Because I also did reshare Believe Yourself. Right there. And then Explosive Werewolf shared the picture of all the 4 Agito riders from the series. G3X, Gills, Agito, another Agito. And then, yeah, sharing a little bit of my cover for Believe Yourself. 未来を止められないそん先のポシビリティ俺たちだけの Let's just leave it there. I did it quite some time ago though. A very different look for myself at the time, as you can see, but I'm still very proud of it. Still gets a nice amount of views on YouTube. I might one day redo it. You never know though. You never know. But for now I won't. So let's put some other kind of music now. Let's go on for more Kamen Rider music. I'm going to play the 8-bit versions of Rider's songs from Studio Megane on YouTube. You may know these songs. As we continue looking at the pictures here. So yes, SNH also doing the signature pose for Kamen Rider Agito right here. Ready to go count 0, Kamen Rider Agito. And that is it for Agito, maybe, for now. Now we move on to Ryuki. I made this picture that I think it's looking good as a wallpaper. I actually made this one myself. I used a background of sort of the mirror world. You don't see it in the background, but Ryuga is actually there in the background. This is taken from a screenshot in GO, I think. But you know, just all the decks covering it works out. So these are all the 13 riders plus Abyss plus alternative. So Ryuki, Knight, Zolda, Oja, Raya. Which one was this? Scissors, Tiger, Guy, Imperor, Fom, Verde, Ryuga, Odin, Abyss, and Alternative. A different deck, but it still works out. And this came out looking better than I expected it to. Hey, which Ryuki deck do you choose? Personally, I gotta go for Oja because I'm a purple maniac. And I like to think I can be quite vicious like Asakura, but I'm a hero in this case. A hero that behaves like that, can you imagine that? This is why I really like the current Sentai Red. Kuwagata Oja. Gira in King Oger. Then a clip from episode 34 of Shinji of Ryuki transforming into the survived form, very nice. Shinji with the deck. Fantastic comeback they made recently with the movie Battle Royale. Movie. With movie Battle Royale in with Keats and Revise. I haven't seen the whole movie, but I already watched like a chunk of it. Mostly the appearances from Ryuki. I'll eventually watch the whole movie. Oh yeah, back to Agito, and I believe... Yeah, so I believe this person, KGD or 12, I'm gonna start referring to them as 12, did a lot of this art, and they started with the Heisei era with Kuga. I think I retweeted the Kuga art a little bit later. Yeah, here it is. Because I saw some of these later. Some of these I retweeted a little bit later, but... well, what is important is that they got retweeted as well. I tried not to retweet them too late. But he's also for Agito. Good eats, smooth what? Smooth pops? I don't know. But yeah, they did some nice doodles for a lot of the riders, so that's great stuff. And Tatakae for Ryuki right here. Oh, that's you, EVP. Nice, nice. Welcome to the stream again, then. There you are, KGD. So yeah, your art. We're about to see your Ryuki video, or at least the short version of it. It was so cute. Such a cute version of such a tragic story. But yeah, then for Ryuki Day. Yes, so let me see if I can read the quote. Tataka wa nakereba iki no korenai. Yeah, tataka wa nakereba iki no korenai. If you don't fight, you won't survive. And they said this quote exactly word for word in a recent episode of Geats, because it's the episode in which they move on to the Desire Royal, which was also based on what's happening with Ryuki in movie Battle Royale. And I love the way this came out, but there's a couple things I want to say. One, I actually didn't realize after I did it, but I'm actually holding the deck with my right hand, which is wrong, because they actually hold the deck with their left hand. But I did this one at the same time I did the Agito pose, so it was very easy to just move on from that pose to this pose because of the way I did it. So that pose was the one with the right hand extended, so I just extended my right hand in that way. But it still works out, It's kind of like looking in the mirror anyway, right? Thank you very much. I was doing this for fun, so I'm glad you enjoy my doodles. No, they look so nice. They really like contributed so well to the timeline, I think. So I was very happy to retweet them. Now the other thing, a little bit of behind the scenes once again on V-Ray Studio. With the way I'm able to flip my hand and the poses I can do with my hand, you see how I have my thumb like underneath me right here? So I took a look at the way the Ryuki riders hold out the deck when they're extending it in front of them. And most of the time it's held like this, like I even went and held like my phone in the same way, and yet naturally your thumb is gonna be like underneath with your other 4 fingers being on top of it like that. But I couldn't find a way to properly do that in V-Ray Studio, so what I did was I took another picture with the thumb and I cut out the thumb a little bit and kind of moved it behind the advent deck right here. But it's not really noticeable here from here, I think. It just ends up looking very natural, but that's the way I did it. Other things that I did with a lot of these devices, and this figures into a lot of the thumbnails I've been doing recently, like the thumbnail I did for Chroma Squad, holding the... oh yeah, also this thumbnail for the Feist cover, in which I'm holding the Feist phone. And other covers of that type, depending on which cover it is. Like, yeah, this cover holding this hammer, this blacksmith hammer in Castle Crashers. What I have to do a lot to do that, it's a little trick you do in Photoshop to make yourself be holding something, which you can't really do in Visual Studio, is that you put it on top of your hand or whatever it is you're holding it, then you transparentize it a little bit, and then you start erasing the parts that go over where your fingers are supposed to go over it. Hopefully that described it in a good way. If I ever do an art stream or anything like that, well, art quote unquote, it's really just me doing thumbnails. If I ever do or graphics like this one, if I ever do a stream like that, I will be able to show you, but you know, it's a trick I use a lot when I'm holding items, like holding a lightsaber for a Star Wars stream, holding a sword, holding a staff, like I've done for past Final Fantasy XIV thumbnails and even Final Fantasy XI, which by the way, I may not be doing that as much anymore because what I'm hoping to do tomorrow on Final Fantasy XIV is to finally start the astrologian class. And that will figure into the thumbnail as well, but you're gonna have to wait tomorrow to see that. But yeah, here's Shinji immediately just henching in, transforming into the survive form. I think we never actually saw this in the series, like using the red advent deck that goes into the survive form directly. We only saw this in like this commercial. That looks so nice, doesn't it? Wish we could have seen it in maybe a post-series appearance, just directly transforming into it like that. It looks so sick. It looks so sick. And Argnos shared over their merchandise for Ryuki right here. First time I get into post for the challenge since I have some relevant stuff. Really great stuff right here. They have the Drag Raider figure, 2 Ryuki figures. I don't know much about actual Kamen Rider figures, so forgive me if I don't know which is which. But maybe one of these is an SH Figure Arts? I'm not sure. And then Final Venting Ryuki from 01. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. And yes, here's the little clip that Evu P did right here. Let me pause the music, hold on. Koko ni ari. That was Amazon Music, but let's take a look at the clip that or no, wait, let me make it a little bit bigger. See, the problem is when I go full screen, the resolution gets all wonky on my screen. Like, not sure if you can tell, it's like sticking out of the screen a little bit. So I'd rather not go full screen in this case. Ryuki.com. And this is the short version because they have a longer version on their YouTube channel. But yeah, this might have a few Ryuki spoilers. Oh yeah, and no full screen, sorry. Come in like that, Ryuki. Fan-made MB. Hello Kitty Crab collab, also a Feist collab. I don't remember what the whole thing was about, but they shared it a while ago on one of their YouTube channels and also on their Twitter. And I may have actually shared this before on the Daily Kamen Rider account, but we had this. I'm just gonna skip this over though, just so we can save some time. Sorry if I'm not showing it. Don't worry, we're gonna see more of Feist later. Because as we keep going through the stuff I retweeted here, I mean, there was a major Feist announcement recently, so we'll talk a little bit about that. Even though today is mostly about the 39 Kamen Rider Challenge. Oh hey, Kamen Rider X's team. Very fitting that we listened to that when we listened to Feist, based on the interactions they had in Kamen Rider Tyson. And here's a fun fact for you. X and Feist have the exact same colors on each other's suits. Red, yellow, gray, black, and white. That's all they have in each other's suits. Just a funny coincidence there, based on their interactions in Rider Tyson. Well, talking about the default suit for Feist, not the other forms, right? Ino Itakumi, and this clip of going into Axel form from episode 21 by DCD. Good stuff there. And then for this one, I recycled this from the image I used for the Feist music video that we released on December of last year. It was December 7, if I recall correctly. So open your eyes for the next Feist. I did add like a little like red outline to it, just to give it a nice glow effect. But it was nice to save time recycling it. It works out in that way. It's like I'm finishing the transformation, and it's about to form on me. Had I been able to do it, I would have done the whole like effect of like the lines forming around me before the armor appears. I tried doing it, but I couldn't get it to look good. Couldn't get it to do it in a way that looks good. So I just did it like this instead. But now let's look at a complete armor right here from SNH Cosplay. Beautiful thing. They say I tried doing LEDs for the first time when I did Feist, but they unfortunately crapped out on me here and there. Also on a side note, this was my 5th Rider cosplay to do. I think it still turned out so well. I think it still turned out so well. And yeah, I love that they went all the way for the LEDs right here. When you see cosplays that go as far as that, it's just 10 out of 10 right there. So yeah, came out looking fantastic. Fantastic cosplay right there. And yeah, I reshared a little bit of my cover right here. And just fight the means. Hey, you want to listen for the whole thing? It's right there on the YouTube channel. It's all still there. It's all still there. And then KGDs are right here. Open your eyes for the next Feist, Neko Feist. My favorite dog cat, Sharkman. Such a cute Feist though, such a cute Feist. Alright, and for the Blade Day on the Rider Daily account itself, Dr. J, great to see you. Great to see you. You came in at a great time, a time of reliving happy moments of Kamen Rider Blade. Like, you know, when you're scrolling through Twitter, you know, you've been scrolling for a bit there now. Stop for a moment, come sit on this bench. It's a nice bench. All it's ever done is bring comfort to those who need it. I'm sure you'll like it, you'll never forget it. Just a nice bench of nothing but comfort and happy memories. That's all this bench provides. If you know, you know. I knew I had to do a bench tweet from Blade at some point. So that's what we did. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If you don't know what it is, I'm not gonna tell you because it's a huge spoiler for Blade. But yeah. So, Kenzaki Kazuma from episode 33. Fusion Jack. On both Blade and Garen. One of their many fights that they had with each other with all that was going on in the series. Well, how beautiful the suits look though. And they both were able to fly in the sky, right? With those suits. Oh yes, and Garen had a sword for that, I think. Yeah. So that's... the suits look so nice, man. I actually haven't seen them in action in a while. Been a while since I've seen Blade, much less those suits. Looks amazing. That bench was foul, joking. I mean, some people, even though you're joking, would agree with you. So there's that. So we have a little bit of extra stuff in here from SNH Cosplay. Very appropriate given one of the filming locations I actually visited during my visit to Japan at Jacaranda, Kitchen Cafe Cranbourne IRL. Highly recommended for the food and Blade Easter eggs inside the restaurant. It would be great to go to that restaurant as well, honestly. The Blade pose right there with that beautiful dedicated face mask. Great stuff from SNH Cosplay and Kitchen Cafe Jacaranda. I would love to actually visit the cafe and just like sit where Hajime sat, sit where Amane-chan sat, maybe. Well, I'm guessing it looks the same as it did all those years ago, over 20 years ago. No, sorry, nearly 20 years ago. Next year is the 20th. I don't know. And from what I remember, well, I'm getting all glitchy here. From what I remember, they did use that same place in GO, but I might be mistaken. Anyway, before we move on, gotta go for another 90 seconds of ads from Twitch. Let's wait a little bit. Tatakau seigi no. I'll keep taking the opportunity here to drink some water though. Kamen Rider V3 no uta. Tatakae Kamen Rider V3. Bam bam. Thank you to Studio Megane for these great Kamen Rider covers. I should probably link to you the playlist. Studio Megane, so it's like Megane, like the word for glasses in Japanese, but with double A in the middle. Studio Mega Ane, you might say. Mega Ane. Something like that. Well, we'll do it in a moment. It's been so much fun though. We've already been live over 2 hours. We're on day 20 of 39, so we definitely still have a way to go. Again, because I knew that I would be taking my time looking at these things, talking about details of the graphics I did, talking about the scenes that were shared by some people, like DCD, maybe Werewolf, and also the cosplays done here, art done here. Not just looking at them, but talking about them a little bit. I knew that we would take time with this, so yeah. We're more than halfway through now, but... Well, about halfway through actually, because it's 20 out of 39. It's just a little bit over half of it. Half would be like the middle of 19, which was 5. But yeah, a link to the playlist we're listening to from Studio Megane. Well, the songs are, not sure if they also did this playlist, but the 8-bit songs that go all the way to Geats. They haven't stopped producing this music, these 8-bit renditions of music. They do more than Kamen Rider, they do a lot of anime and tokusatsu series. And they also did like a background song of Geats recently, which was great to see. But yeah, continuing on with Blade. So the way the post came out for Blade, I'm not super happy with the way it came out. But I tried so many different things with B-Roy Studio, and this was the best I could do, honestly. So this is the belt. This is actually the belt after the transformation has already happened, but it's alright. I did it like this anyway for day 20 Blade. And yeah, about halfway through now, 19 more riders to go. And this picture from Climax Fighters for Blade, from Explosive Werewolf. This picture is always so good looking. Oh, this clip, it's only 6 seconds long. Let's take a look at it. It's the actor for Genta Igarashi. Also Vile and like whatever, Veil. Still don't remember how you say that. But yeah, transforming, but the audio volume is so low, but hopefully you can hear it. I mean, it's very funny at the end, but he was doing it so well. Like, usually when actors have to do a transformation pose, they have to avoid looking down at the belt. But he does look down at it a little bit to be able to hit the vice stand exactly in the spot in which he's supposed to hit it. And he hits it with such force, like he does it so well. And it's why part of the belt falls off later. But it ended up being so good, the way he hit it. And the way he looked down didn't take away from the transformation pose. You usually want to avoid looking down because it kind of takes away from it. Like the person using it is supposed to really know what they're doing. So they don't look down. The actors are instructed not to look down. And so when they recreate the pose with merchandise, they actually don't insert the devices into the belt. They sort of just do the pose. You see this happen a lot with like Vice. Like the actors for Takumi and Kusaka. They do that a lot, in which they're holding the phone, but then you don't see them actually inserted into the belt. But they still, you know, the pose still looks great. They still do it just fine, all things considered. But this is one of the few cases in which you can do the whole sequence really well, all things considered. I'm saying that a lot, all things considered. But yeah. So for Hibiki, I didn't actually share a picture of Hibiki. I shared a picture of Sanki and Todoroki. So again, this is one of the instances in which I didn't go for the rider, but rather the series, right? Just a glittering guitar. One of the many pictures I had, and it looked so nice. So this is what I went for it. Couldn't think of anything better for Hibiki for that day. But don't worry, we'll have more Hibiki tweets in the future, as we tweet about everything and anything Kamen Rider on Kamen Rider Daily. Hey, any recommendations for future tweets are always open, by the way. As long as it's within the realm of what we can do. There are some things we can't do for certain reasons, but yeah. The designs for Todoroki and Sanki are still so nice. Oh yeah, and all blade art by KGV. Caris and Blade, looking so cute like this. The way Blade's face looks here reminds me of like another character from somewhere else. Robot Detective K maybe, or an anime character. That was like blue on the sides, I think. Not sure what it is though. Oh, who is that in the back? Is that Garen? If it's somebody just staring from like the side of the wall right there, it's gotta be Garen, right? Nase miterin desu. Tachibana-san, nase miterin desu. Yeah, it's Garen. There you go. Why are you staring? Why are you just watching? Have you really betrayed us? Ondoru-ragita desu ka? Could you do a Kamen Rider Villains challenge? Probably wouldn't do it as a challenge, but a showcase of villains might be nice. Probably wouldn't be as successful as that one, but I mean, if we keep doing these year after year, I could do a twist in which we do like a villain for each of the days for the rider. Might be nice. It's a nice idea though. I like the idea, Werewolf. Something I have been doing every Monday, except the last few Mondays because they've been focused on the challenge, is something I call #Monster Monday, in which I showcase like a kaijin from all across the 50+ years of history of the franchise. Some of them are like a kaijin that appeared for literally only one episode. Some of them are like a major one that was like a commander of Shocker or a Greed from O's, something like that, right? All sorts of them. And yeah, it's a whole day dedicated to them. #Monster Monday. And next Monday we're probably gonna go back to that because now we're done with the challenge. What happened to my music? Why did it end the playlist? That's weird. It wasn't actually shuffling it either, and I hate it when it does that. Give me a second here. Why is it not playing the playlist appropriately? Tell you what, let's open it again. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't actually shuffle it. Give me a second. It's not actually shuffling the playlist. What the hell? Like the first song is shuffled, but then the rest of it are not shuffled. I hate that. Okay, let's try to start with this song from Geats, this background song. Now here comes the highlight. One of my favorite songs from Geats right now. And it's the 8-bit version though. But yeah, this clip from episode 31 by DCD. Here's Hibiki Hidaka Hitoshi, but nobody actually calls him by that name. The name isn't even revealed in the series itself, I think. So I just call him Hibiki, but it's still good to share that though. Just to have the complete information available, so to speak. This is Hibiki Kurenai. A form I sometimes forget about, funny enough. I don't know why. I remember Armored more than Kurenai. And yeah, Kagayaki, I believe is what I said in the Japanese text right there. And yeah, this one came out looking so good actually. It was fun to do it. Hibiki's belt, but the actual transformation device is right here. Winking right there. And KGD also displayed Todoroki and Sanki for the art right there. Playing the guitar as the absolute badass Oni that they are. These two men have permanently affected my brain. Let's go, let's go. They're great though. No instruments on my side, but quick Hibiki selfie for I see Spirited Away live on stage today. I love what they did with the pen right there. I actually do that. When I do transformation poses, sometimes I grab my phone, even though it's a smartphone, to like recreate Faiza's Henshin pose. Sometimes I use my phone to do Ryuki's pose, you know, because when you have a smartphone, it kind of looks like an advent deck because it's this like big rectangle thing, right? Sometimes for double, I grab an actual USB stick I have and do it. But sometimes for Hibiki, what I just grab is a pen. The pens that really work well for this are like the multicolor pens because like the top of it is very elaborate looking. So it kind of feels like you're holding the, I don't know, I forget what you call the device for Hibiki, but kind of like this one, right? So I do pretty much the same thing that's being done here by SNH. Give me a second here. Why is the playlist not actually shuffling? It's not supposed to play the songs in sequence like this. Okay, Trust Last is next. No, it's Excite. There we go. It's actually shuffling now. So now it's Excite from X8. I gotta believe. Leave. Bum 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 bum. I don't wanna know. I don't wanna know. Shirana kuragi no ni why. Is Hibiki one of the many riders that doesn't say Henshin? One of the few riders, I would say. Yeah. None of the Hibiki Oni, none of the Hibiki riders say Henshin. The alternate versions of Hibiki from Decade did say Henshin like in some scenes, but otherwise the original ones have never said it. Shin is another one that's never that doesn't say Henshin, he just screams. Rider Man also doesn't say Henshin. He just goes, "Yeah!" Once or twice he said Rider Man out loud, but he doesn't really say Henshin. Amazon doesn't say Henshin, though he does say something. X initially just says setup. Then he gets the Dai Henshin, but as of late it's been back to the setup as of Kamen Rider Tyson. So he doesn't say it either. And that's pretty much it. You have other variations like Dai Henshin with X8 as well that we're listening to. Henshin B3, Rider Henshin, Henshin Stronger, but yeah. Oh yeah, and the Amazons don't say it either. Why wasn't Amazons in this challenge? Because it's focusing on the main Kamen Riders. The 39 from the main series and the protagonists, or well, the primary riders if you will. Also including Riderman for that reason, Rider 2, Stekros, Shinseto, and J. Right? So Amazons is not gonna figure into that, the same way Black Sun doesn't figure into it. As nice as they are though, as nice as they are. I appreciate Amazons very much as well. So yeah, this beautiful graphic from Hibiki. Wallpaper Tokusatsu. Doesn't say who it is though. Somebody did this wallpaper though. Really good looking wallpaper with the purple fire. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Shin Kamen Rider merchandise. And now, going upwards, we are going Heaven Sword to Kabuto. That's an FM14 reference I did right there, because we're gonna finally start Heaven Sword content tomorrow. But yeah, Kabuto, Tendo always looking amazing. And this clip, which I think is the Hyper Kabuto transformation, right? From episode 43? Yeah. Just transforms into Hyper Kabuto against Dark Kabuto. Using that big sword that just used all the sectors. Well, not all of them, but Drake, Sasord, Kabuto, Zabi, Drake, Sasord. There we go. Doesn't have Gatak because it's a sort of different kind of sector. And the same goes for Keep Hopper and Punch Hopper. And for that matter, that Dark Kabuto sector. So there you are. The suits always look so gorgeous. I tweeted this fantastic picture from Ai no Yuki from Tokyo Yoshi Pro Wrestling, because they actually did a lot of Kamen Rider stuff in here. I'm a pro wrestling fan. Though I'm kind of out of the loop a lot because there's so much going on every week and I can't keep up with all of it. But here, you have, I think it's Yuka Sakazaki in the center. I don't recognize the others, but one of them must be Aino Yuki. I think Aino Yuki is the one on the left with Ank's arm. Yuka Sakazaki has Revol Kane from Black RX. And the double driver on this other wrestler, I don't know her name, I'm sorry. But yeah. WWE or AEW, this one is TJPW, Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling, which is associated with the big Wrestle Universe umbrella, Cyberfight umbrella, that also has Pro Wrestling Noah, and has TJPW, Pro Wrestling Noah, and another one that I don't remember. Like, it's a more minor promotion. But yeah. Gambare Pro Wrestling. And for Kabuto Day, I had to share this clip from episode 40 or so, I think it is. Look, I'm not gonna say anything about it, either before or after. I'm just gonna let it speak for itself. Just Yaguruma flying. Oh, is NJPW affiliated with it? No, not really. Did we just drop some frames? I'm sorry if we had any frame drops. Probably because I put it in full screen like that for a moment. Yeah, it clipped off the screen when I put it full screen, but that's okay. In this case, I had to share that clip. And yes, this image from Climax Fighters for Explosive Werewolf right there. They probably have had wrestlers from TJPW wrestle in some events in NJPW, like recently in Wrestle Kingdom. Well, not that recently anymore. It's already been like 4 months. But yeah. Usually, the one that NJPW gets associated with is Stardom. Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. Joshi, I think, means like female pro wrestler or something like that. Japan usually separates like the pro wrestling companies a lot when it comes to gender, like male and female. They separate it a lot like that, unlike something in the US or Mexico. But they do have a lot of crossover depending on events. And they did just introduce an IWGP women's title to NJPW. But I digress. So, Kabuto is both my second rider cosplay and my final suit I made out of cardboard before switching to EVA foam. And a fantastic Kabuto cosplay from Seikai no Hakaisha cosplay. This is, I think out of all the ones I've seen so far, this is the one that came together the best. I think that's an actual sector, Kabuto sector toy that they're using there. Doesn't look to be made out of cardboard or anything like that from the looks of it. So that looks amazing. Really great look on it right now. And then for Kabuto, walking the path of heaven, the man who will rule everything. Indo Soji, holding the Kabuto sector like that, a sort of signature pose. And it has to partly cover my face. That's the best way to do it. I love it when Tendo just grabs it and the arm is like right across his face, sort of covering it. There's something kind of cool looking about it. And it is right there, before being inserted into the belt like this, right? Do I recommend the Ichigo Henshin belt? If you mean like a toy of the belt or something like that, I wouldn't be able to tell you honestly because I've never had one, but I don't think you can go wrong with something like that. As much as I love Kamen Rider, as hardcore as I consider myself of a fan, I barely have any merchandise from Rider. Literally the only thing I have is a little Sekuro's head. You know, from those like heads that they make on like a stand, kind of like a bust. You know, like a bust marble, like you see for like Roman and Greek statues, but it's just a head, and they put it on a little stand. Like they've done this for pretty much every main rider and then some. And I have one like that for Sekuros, and I only have it because it was gifted to me by a friend a long time ago when they went to Japan, and they bought this for me. How do you call it in Japanese? Omiyage, I think. They brought me an omiyage from their trip. And it was so nice of them. And it's actually missing one of the antenna. Because the antenna, I don't know why they're retractable. Like, you can remove them. and one of those just ended up detaching, and it kind of got lost because they're so freaking small. So Sekro's missing one of the antenna, but one of the antennae, I should say. But it still looks nice like this. If I can ever find some sort of toy maker or something that can recreate the exact same antenna to put it on Sekro's there, that would be great. But one more Kabuto tweet. Let me see. Oba-chan ga data. I believe it's saying in Japanese. The only thing I don't recognize here is the kanji. But, well, based on the quote that I do know, Oba-chan ga data. Oba-chan ga data. Tendo michiyoiki, subete o tsukasadoru otoko. Then Killer Knock posted wing form deno for this, of this figure. So I believe this is the first tweet that I got from that person. And it's great. This tweet showcasing some of the forms, I mean, some of the Deno possession forms in card form from Deno. I don't know the full context behind this because I don't know the reason why they had this date for Momotaro's 1963 August 26. Not sure why. But yeah. And then Nogami Ryotaro. Clip from episode 49, which is probably the last episode of the series. Momotaros and Ryotaro teaming up. I think they were about to transform right there, right? Oh yeah, and Ryotaro doing the Ore Sanjo pose, but with like the... I believe this is from... what is it called? The movie with Kiba, Climax Deca? Yeah, that's the one. Where they were like police officers, detectives supposedly. And he did that right there. It's so funny. So funny. But it's so funny because if you don't know anything about Deno, you would think this is a transformation device, which is not. It's just like supposedly a detective badge. Anyway, going to continue without seeing the rest of the clip, just to save time. So this wallpaper made by, I assume the name of the person is right here, Longbui. From Explosive Werewolf for day 23, Deno. Oh, you have the Ichigo CSM belt, nice. And then for Deno, yes, I have fun with this one. So, Ore Sanjo is what it says in the Japanese here. I had fun with this one. I knew that I would like to do it with like an imagined possession situation going on. And I was able to modify one strand of hair to look red and the red eyes, just as it would if Momotaro's possessed me. So Momotaro's possessed me right there. And I got the Deno belt. And it's the Ore Sanjo pose, which was much harder to do than I expected. But I think it ended up looking alright like this because again, as I said in the previous, for the previous pictures, I had to make sure that I was facing fully towards the front so that the belt would be able to fit me in Photoshop. Otherwise, if I like did it from the side of the body or something like that, which would look better for this pose probably, I wouldn't be able to properly have the belt on. So I had to do it this way. But I really love the way it came together. So fun, so fun. And then, the only Deno worthy pick I feel like sharing, given what Momotaros did to Tsukasa and what point. So, in the Decade and Deno team-up movie, Onigashima Worship something something, Momotaros possesses Tsukasa, but doesn't transform into Deno, he transforms into Decade while possessing Tsukasa. So it makes sense, so we already see the Decade cosplay from Sekai no Hakaisha. You know, as the name implies, as everything like in their profile implies basically. And here it is right there. Really good looking Decade cosplay here. I'm assuming this is using the EBA foam that they refer to. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna take their word for it. Sounds like something out of Neon Genesis Evangelion, but... but yeah. And doing the Deno pose like this, right? It works out this way. It works out this way, so great cosplay shared. I'm so happy to see cosplay shared for the challenge this year. And then for Kiba, this beautiful clip of the Emperor form being used, if it's not the first time, it's one of the first times it was used in the show. Wish the quality of the GIF was better, but you know, you gotta have compression on a GIF, mostly. Back to Deno though, from what KGD did, one of each of the main 4 forms for Deno. E-Jan, E-Jan, Suge-Jan, E-Jan, E-Jan, Suge-Jan. Deno sort of form, Ore Sanjo. Omae boku ni tsurarete miru? Lotto form. Oh, and Kintaro's just sleeping. Ore no tsuyosa ni omae ga naita. Something like that. Let me see if I remember how the Japanese for this is. お前は倒してよいいよね? No, something like that. Well, do you mind if I defeat you? 答えは聞いてない! Gun form, axe form. And, you know, this reminds me, one thing I didn't mention for this is that I actually wanted to try doing it with all 4 of the Imagine. So I would have 3 more versions of me right here somewhere. Probably to the sides or something like that. And it would be with a different strand of hair, different eye color, and doing the other poses or so. Or holding like the Kintaro sax for Kintaros or something like that. But it ended up being too much work. And I was too busy otherwise to be able to do the entire thing. I'm still super happy with this though. This still works out so well. That would have been overkill. That wasn't necessary, all things considered. So it worked out this way. But yeah, continuing on with Kiba. This clip from episode 18. Garudu Seiba! So the Garudu form for Kiba. And my god, Kiba just had such fantastic sense of style. All characters had such a fantastic wardrobe in this series. The red pants just rock so well on Kiba. Haruto from Wizard had a similar wardrobe, but with Kiba was the first one to do it. Haruto looks great in it too, though. He also has like red as part of his base form, right? As a rider, so it works out well. So good though. Such great 2008 fashion that I think has aged really well, in my opinion. But you can also see it has aged, but it doesn't look dated necessarily. It looks old, but it doesn't look like dated in a bad way, if you will. I recall there's this picture of like some of the main cast members. There's like Wataru kind of looking like this. There's Nago with like his outfit that looks so good. There's Megumi, and they were like, somebody I remember was saying like, this is what you look like. This is what you thought you looked like when you were with your emo and scene friends in 2008 or something like that. But they look so good though. They look so good. Yosh, wake up! Break the chains of destiny. Tokio hanate. Or something like that in Japanese. But yeah, this came out looking a lot better than I expected to as well. I like it. Holding Kibato, about to put the belt on. If I had been able to, I would have loved to do an effect on my skin. Mostly on my face to show like the stained glass vein formation. Vein-like formation. But wasn't able to do it in a good way for that, I think. But the image just comes out looking so good in general. Goes well so much with the background. So I'm very happy with the way it came out, honestly. And then I try my best to do Kiba, but it looks like I'm doing a very awkward JoJo pose. I like it though because they are doing like the stuff with the fingers. You know, the finger, what do you call it? The horned thingy. Kind of like metal, kind of like a kitsune, like they're doing in Geats. But yeah, that thing that Kiba actually does a lot. More Shin Kamen Rider stuff. And this little drawing, another day drawing with phone only though. That was really well drawn, KGD. Of Kibato. Kibato the third. Kibatte ikuze! So cute, seriously. And then for Decade Day. For Decade Day, yes. See, I knew that I was gonna go for something from Geo because I wanted to show like Decade with like the new belt. So this is from like the side episodes, side mini episodes that they released that were mostly comic relief based with Geo. And it's about the magenta stuff. I cut it so that it includes the 2 instances of the 2 times he said magenta. Ma-sen. Oh, and also watch Gates' reaction to Decade. Here, so funny. And then we cut to that part. Because there's actually more scenes in between this and that. Macenta. Macenta. Like, oh my gosh, like the choreography there for a moment, it sounds so well. I love it. I love it. And Tsukasa always with the absolute charisma of both Tsukasa and Masahiro Inoue. And this is the clip from the final episode of Decade, the Destroyer of Worlds. All the implied original main Heisei riders at the time, except for Kuga, because this is the alternate Kuga for that, confronting Decade right there at the end. Well, we have the Agito music. Mata dareka ga heiki ata o shite yume dato. Anyway, before we move on with Decade here, I have a special showcase to do of the cover we released recently. Well, just for a moment, a little showcase. Yeah, before we continue with that, we need to have a 90-second ad break. Isn't Blade and Kiva an AR version? No, not in this scene. It's implied that it's the originals for this. Earlier in those episodes, they had the AR versions, but it was in other scenes. But yeah, 90 seconds. Bam, 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 bam. I love the way the end of Decade makes the first scene come together in full circle like that. And it's great how they were able to adapt the change in plot to still be able to make it to that scene. Like, they went to the exact same location for like the wedding, quote unquote, that Apollo guys was trying to do on Natsumi. And that's why she was wearing that dress right there. She itai same yogaru daro. Let me drink some water while we wait for the ads to finish. Especially for a just chatting stream, I don't want to be saying things over advertisements where people can't hear me. Miteru dake wo imi de iitai. You can do it, Count Zero. Kamen Rider Agito. Inai to geto. But yeah, so from Sekai no Hakaisha cosplay, yeah. Special thing for Decade Day itself, of course. It could be anyone I'm dedicating this challenge to. Hey, the great leader of Dice Shocker, like right here, let's go. Even Decade in the monitors from Kamen Rider the Diner. I know this is from the diner. A lot of people have taken a picture on this throne. I hope to do it someday. And yeah, there it is, the Decade stuff. Probably in the middle of an anime convention or a convention of some sort here. And then Decade complete as well. Let's go. Let's go. Very complete looking cosplay indeed. Got a lot of the details right on it. Yeah, it's amazing how well they were able to put the cards on the suit like this. It's done so well. Jace is wonderfully done in X. Also, we need another theme like X for the Greek or Roman theme in the beginning. Yeah, I love the way Apollo Guys was done in there. Yeah, it would be good to have that kind of thing done again. The closest we've had is maybe Ghost with some of the historical figures. And maybe some of the stuff in Saber, you know, with the mythology, the fantasy-like thing. That kind of is linked to Greek and Roman mythology, kinda. But alright, so yes, so for day 25 we did things a little bit differently. I did a full cover release, so it's still a recent release of about 2 weeks ago, of Journey Through the Decade by Gact, the opening to Kamen Rider Decade. 誰も足りなたちゅう本当の自分自身であっため歩き続けるのさ今を We're all travelers 僕の目の前に広がる9つの道はいつか重なって新しい弱い気へと続く道に変わるのだろう It's true that decay. Boom. Hey, the full video in my YouTube channel. It's been some great reception to that cover so far in terms of like engagement, views and stuff like that over on YouTube. Thank you so much to everybody that has liked, watched so far. And if you haven't already, you can do that over in the YouTube dimension. I did share the regular graphic here though, using the GO belt. I like to think that with Decade it's a sort of permanent upgrade. Much like when Rider 1, Rider 2 and Sky Rider got that new suit. It was a permanent upgrade for them. So I like to think it's the case with Decade right here, with the belt. Maybe he will receive another upgrade later on. I mean, he's got to get the riders before Kuga and the riders after GO, maybe. He did transform into Ichigo one time in Superhero Tyson. Oh, weird because the Rider Wiki says that they are AR riders. Depends on where they're saying it though. Again, it's implied that they're the original ones. And if you... yeah, they also have the alternate ones within the same episode, so it may depend where it's saying that. If it is talking about that scene in particular, then it's potentially mistaken about that, because again, it's implied that it's the originals. In my head continuity, they are the originals, but they don't confirm nor deny it. But yeah, so also to acknowledge Heisei Phase 1 ending from DCD right here. This clip from Movie War 2010 in which they're confronting Doras. All the first 10, well, the Phase 1 Heisei Riders in their final forms, including Rising Ultimate for Kuga. This is the scene in which it is the alternate riders though. It's not the originals, it's 100% supposed to be the alternate ones. Except for Decade, I guess. Continuity sucks? Oh, don't say that in my channel. You're gonna earn yourself a ban. Just kidding, just kidding. No, for me it's such a beautiful thing to put things together. And what was I gonna say? I'm all about continuity. I preach it so much. No, you're fine, DCD. I'm joking. You're fine. You're fine. But yeah, for Double Day though, I knew that on the daily account I would share something from Futo Tante. Probably one of the covers, and yeah, this is one of the covers from Futo Tante, the manga. Ooh, so many covers we can keep sharing from like manga, from spirits, from Futo Tante, and stuff like that. But back to Decade though, this nice doodle from KGD right there. Is that joke that, you know, that complete 21 form, which is really weird that they did that, you know, again, just skipping over to 01 and Saber without acknowledging everything before Kuga, even though Decade had plenty of interaction with the riders before Kuga. But just this big ladder. Inoue made a joke about that also. Just that keeps growing and growing. Like imagine if they did one for the entire 50th anniversary, right? 5 decades, 5 5 levels on the tower on top of Decade. But yeah, this picture of Shotaro, Hidari and Philip, or their actors playing the characters again, for a magazine shoot that they did, which I believe was promoting Futo Tante at their launch, meet again after 7 years as it says here. What I love about this is that Ren Kiriyama, the actor for Shotaro, dyed his hair purple slightly. Just for that. Because Masaki Suda didn't do that with his hair, even though his is the one that gets a hair color change for the manga. You know, all green for the manga. But, you know, he looks so good like this, though, with a little purple in there. I'm biased because I love purple, but still. It's the Joker colors. Black and purple, which of course I'm gonna love. And they look so good like this. And a clip from episode 16, which is maybe a henshin? Yeah. Not gonna see it, though. Not gonna see it. But I had so much fun doing the graphic for this. This is the way I planned it from the get-go. I wanted to do one with both of them. And I even got to wear the fedora for Shotaro. So yeah, for Shotaro, I once again done this color scheme that I used for black. Because it's perfect, like it's exactly the colors for Shotaro. Like, they're my colors as well. Black and purple, that is, so it fits so well in here. Have the black hair because it's more like Shotaro. And then the fedora on top of it, holding the Joker memory. But then on the other side, this time I did go the extra mile to make a green version of this. with the yellow on top of it, much like Cyclone on Philip's side. And even went for the green hair right there. To become Green Khaiden, as Microphone has so well put it so well here. And a more gentle expression maybe to say it's Philip. Philip and Shotaro, the 2-in-1 detective Kamen Rider. And it was so much fun to do this one. Maybe for a thumbnail in the future I'll use it, who knows, who knows. Za, omae no sumi o kazuero. Count up your sins. This time Sekano Hakasha cosplayed, no cosplay again, but this time having the double driver like this. Let's go. Sora otobe. You can see that it's glowing a little bit. So he probably activated an effect, and he was taking the picture just as the jingle was maybe playing. Argnos shares some new merchandise here. Oh boy, it's W Day, my favorite Kamen Rider, let's go. This double figure in here, great stuff. This looks so nice, doesn't it? On the count of your sins pose. And then just the design is always so good. Never get tired of it. Ohayo, Hisoka! Ohayo! Oha, Hiso. How are you? Hope your morning is starting off well. What time is it? Well, I was gonna say the time in Japan, but... well, it's around that time for you, maybe. Right now in Japan, it's 9:42 AM, still so early. But for double here, we have Extreme. What is this? Thought it was like a DVD for a moment, but I'm not sure. The double driver in there. The double progress key, and the main Gaia memories. Cyclone Joka, Hito, Metaru, Luna, Toriga. Oha, Hiso. Oha, Hiso. There you go. And that is it for double. We also have a doodle from KGD. A repost, but that's okay. What's up with the noses that they have here, though? Japan time and mine is only 1 hour apart? Okay. Not that far away from it, then. Oh, 8:43, still earlier. Nice. Glad to be here with you at the start of your day. Thank you for being here, Hiso. Do check out Hisoka, by the way. She's my AI Constellations genmate. Cast member. Whatever term you want to use. Yeah, there you go. But anyway, they look great, though. The noses look kind of funny, though. But now moving on to O's, we also have Taka Tora Bata from Killer Nook. Another O's figure right here. Good stuff. And then the Abarembo Shogun crossover that they had in the summer movie of O's. I don't know why it had the black bars on the side. It's probably a screenshot from the movie. I didn't realize it had the black bars until after I posted it, so it was too late already, I think. I remember when I used to draw noses like that. They do look really funny, but that's alright. Can't see me, but stay to Kai. Kai is cool. Oh, yes, he is. Thank you, Hiso. Oh, yeah, and still with double, also Squid Cap. I probably noticed this tweet late. Retweeted it after, but Luna triggered double. Great stuff here. Great stuff. As we listen to Stronger, but it's double we're focusing on. Well, actually, it's O's now. DCD's tweet for O's. A Talladoru finisher, I believe, from episode 31. Great stuff. Oh, and it seems to involve the purple medal. Yes, it was very close to when Puto Terano was about to debut. Yeah. And here's Hino Eiji. Oh, and not sure if you noticed on the thumbnail I used for this. Oh, this song again. I don't mind listening to this song again. I made it mostly be blurry, but I did use this tweet from DCD to use for that. There's a Saber tweet later from KGD that I used for this. Somebody did Geo art here. Some other ones that are not being shown here as much. This one is from Sekai no Hakaisha. I believe this was the Drive cosplay that he did, but I may be mistaken. Just to showcase it like that. The big question, what's Osa's final form? Ah, indeed. I like to think he has more than one final form. It's acceptable to have that for me. Some people may not like it like that way, and I understand why, but it's okay to have more than one. Deno has like 2 in my book, 3 if you look at it a certain way. Both Climax and Liner are equally the final form for me, and maybe Super Climax. And for O's you have, well, Talladoru Eternity, Puto Terano, Super Tatoba, that's at least 3 of them. You could just include regular Talladoru. I wouldn't include it at this point though. So that's like 3 of them. You count the medals 1, 2, and 3. Life goes on. Anything goes coming up. O's. So he has the complete O's driver here. The effects look so good. Tatoba, tatoba, tatoba. And this picture came out looking so good as well. The pose just looks perfect. Perfectly made in Visual Studio. I'm very happy with the way that came out. And with the background of O's and the medals in the background, looks so good. So good. If you look at it a certain way, it's kind of like I have 4 arms, which makes it look freaky, but in a good way. Like this, like, rider god figure. Sort of. You know, like some gods, like Shiva, sometimes I think is displayed with multiple arms. Like that. Or maybe Machamp in Pokemon. What happened to the playlist? It's supposed to still play more music than that. There we go. There we go. Now we break the chain with Kiba. At least with the music. Still on shuffle. So it's good to see that it still has the shuffle. But yeah, this is one of my favorite pictures out of all the ones I did. Really love the way it came out. And then this art, Hino Eiji Kamen Rider Ozu. Shared by Explosive Werewolf. And then this thing that opened my eyes to like something very new for Kamen Rider. Loki me, my Kamen Rider Osu's BM cards arrived just in time for Osu's day. So this is for Os, and this is for the greed side. And I didn't know these things existed until this person, Jim Raya, also known as Casual Weird, posted. And so somebody asked what they are. They are fitness toys, basically. You raise them like V-pets and they change based on how consistently you exercise. And it's amazing. Actually, let's take a detour from the challenge. I need to show you what they are. I actually did show this on a website before, on a Japanese learning stream. These are the Vital bracelets. Let me see if we have it here. So yeah, the Vital bracelet series based on Kamen Rider. So they have it on multiple things. They have some for Digimon, and they have some for Ultraman as well. You keep racing it, and it keeps just evolving into a different rider or a different form, basically. Like for Kuga, you have a lot of forms, so it makes sense, right? But then for Rider 1 and for Zero 1, and also like their enemies and stuff, they start evolving into other riders instead, which is kind of funny, but it still works out. It still would be, no pun intended, it still would be something that would motivate me to exercise so much. Like, I'm allergic to exercise. Not literally, but like, seriously. Like, oh man, exercise and me just don't blend well together. So anything I can do to encourage it can be such a great help. And I've tried so many things and none of them have really stuck. But yeah, this is one of those that looks like it's gonna work. So for example, human, and then finally grow in form. Mighty form. And it keeps rising and rising like this. Rising Titan eventually. Oh, and this is the English version of the page actually. The one we saw last time was the Japanese version for this. There's one for 01, side Sia, side Arc, one for X8. X8 side Genmu, I gotta go for this one. It doesn't say what the evolution is. I thought it would show the graphic here. And there's also one for like the first 10 riders. The Hirayama riders. The Spirits Riders, whatever you want to call them. You know, from Ichigo to Sekros. There's also the Ultraman one. And for Digimon, they have a lot more than any other series because Digimon lends itself much better to this format, right? I would love to get the Digimon ones as well, honestly. But the first one I would get is definitely Kamen Rider. But yeah, these are the ones they have here. Just check it out though. Vital Bracelet series. Just search it on Google. You want to see more of that. Vital Bracelet Ultraman, Digital Monsters, Kamen Rider. And there's like also like default generic ones out there, I think. But yeah, you gotta get yourself the Vital Bracelet, an app, and then the BBM cards for each of them. Not sure how much the cost would be for everything in total, but yeah. Somebody's also doing like a daily Kamen Rider, like a personal challenge of their own until Shin Kamen Rider releases, and I think it's this person, Spanky. I just had to share this. And I love what they said in the comments. What song he playing? Stormy Saxophone 5 from KOF 13, and damn, he's killing it. Let's go. Love that song. I love King of Fighters as well. Never played that on the stream. And I actually have King of Fighters 14. Wonder if I should do it someday, maybe. But yeah. And Yeah, I just love that they said he's playing that. And then this little offering of O's. You're still here, Hisoka? Yes, thanks for being here. It's nice to have you here. It's nice to have the presence of a fellow AIC superstar, you see? Looks so cool though, everything? Yeah, I know. And this art from KGD, an offering from Ank of a chibi O's. Yeah, I agree with what this person is saying. I accept this offering. I will cherish him forever and always. Let's go, let's go. Chibi Ozu. And then for Forza, this simple GIF. I believe this is from like episode 5 or 4 or something like that. From Forza. Hold on, we gotta do this right. Uchukta! Still listening as you work? Oh, thank you for listening at work. Hope it's okay to listen to me at work right now. Yeah, I did see that you are a little bit busy at work. Hopefully things are going well. Projects are advancing nicely. Well, if you have projects. I make it Forza, but I don't mind doing the handshake once in a while. I also couldn't resist doing this on my Disney cruise back in 2018. I love that he's doing the Uchukta pose next to Buzz Lightyear. It really is about space, isn't it? It looks funny though. Then DCD's tweet for this. From episode 1. Nice. So it's the first time he does the rocket... Rider rocket drill kick finisher. Gentaro Kisaragi. Rocketto Dorilu limit break. Rider rocketto dorilu kick. Nice stuff. And then yes, I made a little mistake here. It actually still said Kamen Rider O's here, but it's meant to be Kamen Rider Force. In the Japanese text, it does say Force here. But, Uchukta! Boom. And doing one of Force's signature poses. While, you know, the one that he does before transforming. While having the Force belt fully activated. We literally can listen to anything as long as you do work. Oh, that's great though. That's great. That's great when you can have a job like that. The other job I have outside of streaming is not like that. I've been trying though. I've been trying to like have something playing in the background somewhere, but I can't tell you in details what it is. But it's the sort of thing in which I can't really look away from my screen that much with what I'm doing. Well, not my screen all the time, but like the thing I'm doing. Like at least I've been trying to have like something playing in my peripheral vision, like a stream playing. It really helps me carry me through the grind, you know. Like, I don't know, playing an entire freaking series and seeing the series advance to the next episode. Oh, yeah, 30 minutes have passed. This helps pass the time a little bit, even though I'm not actually watching it. I'm not even listening to it, right? But I digress. No, yeah, thank you for listening nonetheless, though. I hope I don't, you know, break your concentration or anything, Hisoka. If you need to mute the stream or whatever, feel free to do so. But yeah, Werewolf shared this nice picture. I believe Blue Heart Inc. did it. You can see the ad here. So, Force Meteor. Force to Meteor. I'm going to miss saying Meteor Storm Punisher in Final Fantasy XIV. Which I borrowed from a finisher name that he gave one of his finishers. I used that for some of the limit breaks as a Black Mage. But I'm going to become an astrologian at long last now. Oh, I am so looking forward to it. We are gonna do, I think, one of the Black Mage quests tomorrow, though. We'll see how it goes, though. You enjoy watching the stream at work? Let's go, DCD. Great to hear that. Great to hear that. Oh, and look at this. Foze. Ikoze. Oh, yeah, it's a repost, but thanks for sharing it anyway. It's such great art. Force right there in space. It looks so cute, doesn't it? Uchukta! Kamen Rider Force. Taiman hanashite morau ze. Oh, this is great. This is a great tweet by Muraeda Kenichi, the artist behind Spirits of Hongo, I think preparing coffee, which is I think Hiroshi Fujioka does actually. Like he has this supposed skill about preparing coffee. I don't know the full context. Again, I don't know Japanese, but I've seen like some Japanese variety shows, like when he's talking to people, or they show like he prepares some coffee for them or something, and he does it like almost like preparing matcha. and he prepares coffee like that. And people taste it and they're like, oishi! Anyway, Dark Wizard, I just had to share a picture of this beautiful dark wizard, which only appeared in the stage shows, basically. Of course, I'm gonna be biased for this form of wizard because of the colors. If I transform into wizard, I would look like this. Except I wouldn't be evil. As we move on to day 29, wizard. 10 more days, 10 more riders to go. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark on the stream. We still have a little bit to go, but we'll get there. Don't worry, we'll get there, minne. And this picture from episode 45, the smile in my heart. This is one of the finishers he does, right? High strike, I think. Kira. With that big sword he's using. Stoma Haruto. He's not wearing the red pants in this, but yeah. The ones I redid are at the end. Okay. We're not gonna show them here, I think, because they are not retweeted. But I may take a look at some new tweets that people have done, because today is the final day and it's still ongoing, so somebody may still have tweeted something. I think somebody teased that they were gonna do something else later on, but we may or may not see them. So yeah, Haruto Soma, Kamen Rider Wizard. Yes. From well, I think you did share the artist later, right? Because this looks like art. Look at the pentagram they're using, though. That's not a wizard pentagram, is it? Oh, pentagram, or sorry, whatever you call this, the spell. Kind of looks like it's from somewhere else, but I'm not sure. Anyway, Saigo no Kibon, Kamen Rider Wizard, Toma Haruto. And yeah, super simple thing here. I knew I wanted to use the ring for this, and I'm glad I was able to do it. Just extending the hand like this, with the wizard driver right there. Henshin. One ring to rule them all, one ring to Henshin. And I like that he still has something decade related, because it's the decade ring from Wizard. And this cute little donut with Wizard for what KGD did. I love it. Ultra Q challenge, maybe definitely recommend you watch. It's worth watching. I want to watch Ultra Q because I want to watch all of Ultraman actually in like release chronological order. I know it's a tall task, but I want to give it a try anyway. And I would actually start with Ultra Q before I get to the original Ultraman series. Even though there's no Ultra, right? Hisoka!
Supernova explosion.
You got the Fire Emblem, what was it called? The one that is like for Korin, I think? You are the ocean's great waves, da 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 da. But there you go, Hisoka. Well, at long last, you have done your Supernova explosion. Oh, you look so fantastic with that badge right there. So, Hiso, wherever it is you may go, whether it's Japan, whether it's 1 hour away from Japan, whether it's Jupiter, Normandy, Italy, Mexico, Peru, Tatooine, Dantooine, Jakku, King's Crossing, King's Landing, Toto, Hokuto, Seito, Tamriel, wherever it is you may go. You have exploded from shining superstar to shiner still supernova for the first time. Thank you for that sub. Thank you for the support, Hiso. And while you're at work, you maniac, you subscribe to me. Arigato. As we look at this cute donut wizard from KGD. For those who don't know about Wizard, the protagonist loves plain sugar donuts a lot. So donuts are like a big part of the series. They kind of, I think it's supposed to be a sort of like pun, if that is the word, for like when you wear rings, you know, you have the hole in the middle of the ring, and it looks like a donut, right? It's like a hole in the middle of the ring. Right? That's a lot. Yeah. Oh, this clip was great though. Moero. Moero. Yeah, we gotta watch this. Tom Constantine shared it. He had it with Michael Kinder and the actor for Neon. I don't remember her name, but I'm guessing it's Yuna. Something Yuna. I unfortunately can't rate the whole Japanese, but yeah. She's an amazing actress, by the way. Amazing. Vito. It's fun though. Like you can actually do that with the beat buckle. Oh my god. Tom and Ben. Well, sorry, John and Ben, who are Tom Constantine and Michael Kinder. I hope I said the name right. Have been so nice to have on Geats. John and Ben, like, such fun characters. Oyo-sama! Ojo-sama! Just a heads up, if you have currency, Ultramans are all on sale? On sale? Where? You mean DVDs or digital release, maybe? Okay, bye. I need to make an endless series of calls. Good luck, Hisoka. Gambare, gambare. And I know it's you haven't finished your workday and all that, but I'm saying an otsukare-sama desu. Otsukare-sama in advance. Alright? Oh, Amazon. Probably not gonna be able to afford them right now, but thanks for the heads up, Werewolf. Anybody who may be interested, you may want to take a look at that, actually. Alright, we need to run 90-second ads again. Twitch is gonna be Twitch. Actually, let me take a quick bio break before we continue. There's only a few days, a few riders left. So, 1 second before we return to the 39k RC. We only aggroed one bear, that's funny. I thought both of them were going to come after me. Alright. Let's go for this next one. Bear versus bear. You're just gonna have to bear with me for a moment as I load my attack. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Oh, man. Your life's a joke, you're broke, your low life's DOA. I actually thought they were saying something way. Something way, so I got it wrong. Your life's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA. Okay. Funny, we're just chilling, singing friend songs while we're just slaying sickle flies with a... What do I have? A sword? With a blade and a lute. That's what being a minstrel is like, you see? We sing while we slay, baby. Oh yes, that's what the minstrel life is like. Okay, we can do that. And you take that grenade. Did you see that? Let's go. I love explosions like that. Omatase shimashita. I probably should have paused the music while we were having the clips playing right there. Hopefully it was okay. Otsu, hiso. And thank you for the stretch, hiso. Well, she may have gone now, but I'm gonna do the stretch anyway. So, day 30. Yeah, day 30. Kota Kasuraba. Kasuraba Kota Kamen Rider Gaime. I just had to share this picture with Hiroshi Fujioka, Gaku Sano, and Hiroshi Fujioka. This was probably around the time of Kamen Rider Tyson because they worked together for that. They look fantastic. Well, Gaku is dressed like Kota. Fujioka is not dressed like Hongo here, but, well, not necessarily. But they still look great together. How nice. So yeah, DCD shared their tweet here. Funny enough, they chose a clip with Kikaider. You know, with Hakaider being possessed by Sengoku Ryoma Sengoku. Well, kind of being possessed. This was an interesting episode for sure. If you ever watch Kamen Rider Gaime, I recommend you don't skip that. But if you want to keep things in a chronological order, so to speak, you kind of have to watch this episode before watching another one. Like, you kind of watch the episodes out of order for a little bit. But it's okay though. But yeah, Kasuraba Kota. And here we have cosplay again. My first EVA foam cosplay to do in 2016. Gaim Kachidoki arms along with Baron being bestowed from one of my friends. So let's take a look at the full thing. Baron picture by the Dennis Daniel. Well, this is Sekai no Hakaisha cosplay. What a fantastic Kachidoki suit right here. I'm not sure, but that might that lock seat right there might not be a toy from the looks of it. Might be made from scratch. I'm not sure though. Kind of hard to tell from this angle. No matter what though, it looks great. I see they have like the gun that comes with Kachidoki, I think. Looks great, looks great. Great looking Kachidoki, and this baton, like, it's near perfect. At least from this angle. Look at that. Look at that. Little Professor Productions. ときめきを越えてゆけ風に羽ばたいた Nice. Really wonderful cosplays from SNH Cosplay. And here I am, this is now my stage. With the Gaim gear, it was actually quite difficult to do this thing in the back. Not so much having it look like it's on my back, which again is just a trick with Photoshop, just erasing part of it after putting it on top of me. No, the difficulty is like doing the left hand, which is on the right side of the screen. My left hand actually look like appropriate, so to speak. Look like I'm resting the sword properly on my back. Kind of like that, while I'm holding both of them. Every time I think of Gaim posing, I always think of Gaim posing with like both swords, some way or another. And so yeah, it's the two swords, like the orange sword and this one that all Sengoku riders get, I think. All riders with a Sengoku driver get. I don't know the actual names, but yeah. Orangey, 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 mikan, mikan, mikan. For the Kamen Rider challenge. Just a splash of orange on top of Kamen Rider Gaim like that. Makes me thirsty for some orange juice. Sometimes Gaim does that, makes me crave some citrus like that. Makes me crave like a banana. Especially the soda from the Genesis drivers. I crave lemon juice. I crave a lemonade every time I see Duke transform. Seriously. Seriously. I think I might actually make a lemonade. I have some lemons. I can make a quick lemonade after the stream. Like, you can make a quick lemonade very easily, I think. Well, at least I was taught it can be done this way. Like, I just take a glass, depending on how big it is. I use 1 to 2 lemons. Just squeeze them on the water in it. And then maybe add sugar. I add like the, what do you call that? The sugar sweetener that's not actually sugar. That's the one I add. Sometimes I don't even add anything. But yeah. Drive! Type! Speed! From Killer Knock right here. This is the Proto Drive, though. Proto Drive! Start your engine! Which was, well, I was gonna say a spoiler. I'm not gonna say anymore, just in case it's a spoiler. Angry Justice noises, though. From Drive. Just share that GIF there on the account, though. I saw this GIF a while ago. I just had to share it here for sure. Start your engine! Drive! Type Tridron! Ah, that's a different type there. But yeah. But well, yes, here we have type speed. This was a little bit more hard to do than I expected. I actually couldn't get the whole wrist to like fit. The whole like bracelet to fit within my entire wrist. It doesn't cover the entire wrist as much as I wanted it to exactly. If I made it bigger, the toy would end up looking way too big. In fact, I think it looks bigger than it should maybe, but it still looks fine this way, honestly. And the driver here. This one I actually had to transparentize from a shot of Drive, a PNG shot of Drive, because the other one I had... Yeah, actually, a lot of these drivers, a lot of these belts, didn't have like a proper belt PNG for them. What I mean by that is that they only had the buckle. The central buckle, and they didn't have the belt on the sides of it. So for some of them, I had to go the extra mile to find a PNG and transparentize that PNG, and it's a very painstaking process. I listened to audiobooks while I was doing that because it's such a... It's a task that you have to be very careful, but you also are not thinking that much while you're doing it. So it's like one of my opportunities to like listen to audio dramas from Big Finish Productions, Doctor Who stuff. To listen to some nice Doctor Who stuff. But yeah. And this was one of those times, but it ended up looking so good, it was so worth it. And so here we are, for Tomari Shinnosuke. Tomari Shinnosuke! And then this wallpaper here, I've seen it around sometimes. Somebody made it on DeviantArt from the looks of it. Oh yeah, and it's used by TV Nihon, I think, for a splash thing. For a splash screen or something like that, but yeah. Yeah, this is a Type Tridron Henshin from Shinnosuke from episode 33. Drive! type Tridolon. Dun 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 dun. Bang! Haha. One of my favorite looks for a protagonist. You know, Ryoma Takeuchi. I can see why he has become so popular since Drive. Because he's such a fantastic actor, and he just became the role of Shinnosuke Tomari so naturally. He carries himself so well in the role of Shinnosuke from beginning to end. Super convincing. And it makes for a really great series in that way. So I love it. So day 31, Drive. So here we go. My second suit to use LEDs, and luckily they didn't crap out on the helmet like they did on Vice. And yes, I'm wearing a cup underneath, I just wish it didn't look so awkward at certain angles. Which is fine. The Drive suit though, this is so complete looking as well. Looks so much like the original. So eerily like the original, you might say. So here we are. Okay, start your engine. Isoide, Shinnosuke. Let's go. And I think this is the last cosplay they shared. Well, there's kind of one for GO, but we'll get to that later. All we need is Drive. So we have Drive, Mac or Maha, and Chaser. Chaser, my boy. From KGD, that is the art this time. They look fantastic. They look really good. There's that chibi art style, but they look so good. Yeah, you know, Kamen Rider and this kind of art style are no strangers to each other. With the existence of Kamen Rider SD, right? Yeah. Towasanai de, hanasanai de, kokoro tsunagu ai no. Yosh. This was the Punk Jack announcement, the announcement of Tycoon and Shinobi. I went crazy seeing this. What a great thing this is. Kamen Rider Tycoon meets Kamen Rider Shinobi. Let's go. Alright, for the ghost tweet, I had some fun with that. With the Ore wa Tenguji Takeru meme, so let me do them one by one. Ore wa Tenguji Takeru janai. Ore wa Tenguji Takeru janai. Ore wa Tenguji Takeru janai. Ore wa Tenguji Takeru. So this is another ghost. This is Decade in ghost form. And or ghost ride, whatever you want to call it. And this is Geo in ghost armor. The original Kamen Rider Ghost is right here. Ore wa Tenguji Takeru janai, janai, janai. Ore wa Tenguji Takeru. So it's Ghost Day episode, day 32. This is from episode 2. Yes, one of the early transformations of Ghost, where he still disappeared immediately after getting the belt, right there. Or rather after activating the icon, I think it is. Yeah, okay. Tenguji Takeru. Henshin. Ghost's Henshin sequence to this day, I'm still not sure if I do right. Took a while to learn it, and even now I think I maybe make some mistakes with that. Let's go, Kakugo, go, Ghosto! And also difficult was to do the pose in V-Roy Studio. This was the closest I could do it. I tried to put my right hand in the middle, but it didn't look good. No matter which way I did it. But I think this still worked out in this way. And here's the Ghost Driver. Inochi, moyasuse! And then a repost. I have such a love-hate relationship with Ghost, says KGD here. But a great look for Mugen Damashi for Kamen Rider Ghost. I love the look of the Mugen form though. Can't go wrong with that look. The only thing I hate about it is the jingle, because it's a huge step down from the jingle they use for Grateful. It's like a super simple jingle that they use for that. Like if they're gonna go haywire with the jingles, at least do that. But yeah, making a second post today just for Takeru appreciation. My boy. I love the way he looks in here. I love his eyes. It's my sort of like eyes in a way. Hey, I'll tell you this. You ever do fan art of me, maniacs? Do the eyes like this. Of course, you gotta have the spirals, but in this sort of style, I like it. A sort of maniacal look to it, in lack of a better word. Well, in my case, there's no better word. But for Takeru, yeah, probably a different way of going about it. The signature outfit, a little bit of Ghost and Yurusen. Cute Yurusen, cute Takeru, kawaii Takeru. Please become Ghost, what? I actually hadn't seen the picture in detail. Oh my gosh. Please become Ghost. So, you know, he would die and then literally become Ghost. Oh my gosh. And then here it is, the picture from Climax Fighters. I saw a nice modification that somebody did on this to use like the same render like this, but for Dark Ghost. So they just changed the colors and some other things about it to make it look like Dark Ghost from the movie. And well, a little bit in the series. Which is basically the same, but with like white instead of orange. And a little bit of a difference in the eyes in the middle. Sorry, in the helmet. Oh yeah, from Explosive Werewolf right here. And yeah, this was the day. We are reaching May the 5th. Which was 5/5, so they had an event for Kamen Rider Faiz, 555. And on that event, they revealed that they are gonna do a 20th anniversary special next year, 2024. You know, it still falls within the 20th anniversary in the sense that Faiz ran from 2003 to 2004. Like around January 2004 is when it ended. It still checks out, even if it's like afterwards, it's still to commemorate the 20th anniversary. And a new form for Faiz, which looks sick. It reminds me of Kamen Rider Ichigo's new form in the 2016 movie, actually. Like, it gets bulkier, but it's a modern version of it. And if I'm not mistaken, they're actually using a smartphone for the belt this time, which makes sense. I can't help but wonder what this is gonna be like. I expect that there's gonna be full revival of some dead characters. I'm not gonna say who they are for spoilers, but I am wondering if they're gonna have connections. I really hope they do. Connections with the recent appearances that Faiz characters have had. Like, you know, Kamen Rider Tyson in 2014, Superhero Tyson Grand Prix Kamen Rider 3, and Kamen Rider number 4 in 2015. And then like the Smart Brain, Smart Lady, other appearances that they had in recent specials, in Outsiders and stuff. And even other things. I mean, maybe even Geo, although that's a bit different because it's like altered timelines and all that, but there's that. And some other appearances I can't even remember right now. But mostly the stuff they did with Kamen Rider Tyson and Kamen Rider 3 and 4 was really great for the continuity of Faiz, for the canon of Faiz even. And I would love to see them continue on with that. And also the stuff with Kamen Rider Outsiders recently. I kept thinking that they were building up to some 20th anniversary special, and this might be the one. This might be the one. For X8 Day here, though, we tweeted about Kamen Rider Chronicle, which is literally supposed to be a video game that you play. And I asked, would you play? And it's like a real-time MMORPG set in real life. The problem is, though, if you die, you actually die. So careful what you do with that. A sort of altered reality, I guess you could say.
Fucking yes! Oh, hell fucking yes!
That was DCD's answer. Be careful what you wish for, though. It's a dangerous game to play. Ragtime here shared this art, though. Henshin Exeido. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, the song is starting up now. Oh yeah, Hibiki. There we go. Datsu no nara. Really nice art of this. Another chibi sort of look though, but it looks so well, especially on X8, because of the nature of X8 as you can kind of see here. From episode 1, level up to level 2, the main X8 form, if you will. There's another clip, but we're not gonna see it right now. This is probably later on, maybe the finisher. Hojo Emu, the absolute chat that he ended up being. Love him. Really love him. Do I love X8 in general, though I don't love him as much as I do Kuroto-dan. A role model for me, in some ways. Anyway, now moving on to SNH's favorite series here. This cosplay... Oh yeah, it's a Dan Kuroto cosplay. Kuroto-dan, yeah. And a nice Sonic the Hedgehog X8 cosplay. I actually didn't see this in detail before. Look at that, even with the Chaos Emeralds on the suit, holding a Chaos Emerald, that looks fantastic. Sonic the Hedgehog, Gashato, Gachan, Reveru Up, Live and Learn, Hanging on the Edge of Tomorrow. That's totally how the Gashat would be. The jingle for the Gashat would be based on Live and Learn, maybe. Game Korea, and a more complete X8 cosplay here. Looks Wonderful. Subarashi. And of course, I have a soft spot for X8 because I love video games as well. So here I am holding the gas chat, and yeah, the follow notification sound is taken straight from X8. The gascetto. And a little bit of that also on the countdown screen at the beginning uses elements from Kamen Rider X8. From X8 and Vice, specifically. But yeah, holding the Mighty Action X gashat. I was very tempted to actually change this to the Genmu stuff and make it be the other Mighty Action X maybe, or even Dangerous Zombie with the Boggle Driver. But it's meant to be Hojo Emu specifically, like X8 the rider, not the series, although, you know, if they tweet about something else, if they do other things, I retweet it anyway. And I also did it on the Rider Daily account itself for some other days, right? So that's what we have. But yeah, here's the 5 stuff, here's the teaser. Look at that, it looks unbelievable. Unbelievable. Paradise Regained. Paradise Regained though. Yeah, it looks like a smartphone. It looks like a touchscreen phone for sure, which makes perfect sense. It's unbelievable. Looks so good. Looking forward to it so much. Oh yeah, and there you go. Why be a Kamen Rider when you can be the Kamen's right? Leisa. Baxo Baiku. And that's literally what this is. This is a person that transformed into a bike. And that is the laser bike. And now, yes, moving on to build already. Max Hazard on. Killer Nox shared this figure of like a hazard form for build. Hazard on. Yabe! Kamen Rider Birdo Hazard. And I just had this gif from the opening, but modified so that they're constantly jumping. Jumping and jumping and jumping. Rabbit! 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 It's usually Rabbit Tank, but in this case it's just Rabbit. It's a funny one. I tried to make a graphic. I was gonna do a graphic like showcasing all the bottles and asking a question like I did with some of the other ones, like which one is your favorite or which is your favorite combination. But I didn't have enough time to do that, so I just had to settle for the GIF, which is still a funny one though. But here is some art from Ragtime. Las leyes de la victoria han sido decididas. Shori no Hosoku wa kimatta. Or well, no, that's a different quote. Well, the laws of victory have been decided, right? The thing I said in Japanese can translate differently. I think it can translate to, I know what the winning formula is. I've got the winning formula, yeah. No, this one is a little bit different in Japanese. But yeah, it's still there. Really good art of Kamen Rider build. Rabbit Tank. The build design, the base main form design never fails for me. All the build suits, pretty much all of them, never fail for me. What a visually fantastic series it is, truly. Kiryu Sento. So, a clip from episode 27 of Rabbit form. One of the finishers. This was the duel they were having against Rogue. To like decide... Oh, and they reused this set recently for Geats, actually. Yeah. But, to decide the fate of Hokuto, Toto, Seto, I think it was that. Ready, go! Hazard, finish! Rabbit, finish! Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Nice. Please don't mind the discolored hands. I've been recently doing an experiment. Sa, jiken o hajimeyou ka. Shall we start the experiment? But yeah, this is the signature build pose. Done perfectly well, I would say. All things considered by SNH right here. Rabbit Tank, best match! So holding the 2 bottles right before the henshin into build right here. And this was also one of those in which I had to go out of my way to find another PNG for the belt because I couldn't really find one that had the belt properly. Like, it was just the buckle, but without the belt. But it worked out this way. The law of victory has been set. Da, jiken o hajimeyou ka. That's what it's saying in Japanese, right? With this chibi build right here. Oh yeah, and also this redraw. It was a redraw of this. The law of victory is set. This one becomes more chibi though. I like both of them, but I do like this one slightly better though. I think it works better with these proportions when it's gonna be chibi like this. But yeah, whatever. Both of them look fine enough to me, honestly. From KGD once again. So back to Killer Knock, they did a ghost Geo form, but it's still Geo, so it works. Kaigan Ghost. Laidu time, Ama time, Ghost. Then we shared Oma Geo's time portal. Didn't have time to think of like something more elaborate for the tweet, so I just settled for this one, which is good though. The time portal by Oma Geo looks like super visually appealing to me, so I wanted to share that. And then from episode, I don't know the episode number, but it's 2019 Apocalypse. It's near the end though. It's near the end because it's another decade and the name. This is either the second to last or the last episode of Geo. And it's transforming into Grando Geo. Kugati. Hold on, let me see if I can get the jingle right. Kuga Agito Ryuki finds Parade. Hibiki Kabuto de no Kibatikade. Double Osu Force. Wizard Game Ghost Drive. Game Drive. Ghost Exedo Birdo. Iwai. Kamen Rider. Grando Geo. Bang. There can only be one rider to utilize all protagonist rider abilities. Pics taken from A-Sen last year. So he had a different cosplay for this. He was more like Oma Geo, a sort of mix of how Oma Geo look outside of the transformation, I think, and in the transformation itself. He has the Oma Geo belt, but some elements that are more of the rider's suit rather than the suit outside. Some of the pictures are kind of funny, but yeah. Decado Tai Oma Geo, and Decado also has the new belt from Geo right there, so yeah. It's meant to be that Kamen Rider decade right there. From SNH Cosplay, and this is the last cosplay picture they shared, I think. For Geo, Iwai, King Khaiden. Yes, for this one I had fun wearing this crown. The crown I always put on when I get a victory on stream that deserves a crown. Hey, this Saturday we have a nice Fall Guys collab. Some of them with some AI Constellations members. And if we ever win a game, I'm gonna be wearing a crown for the rest of the stream for that, as I usually do. If we ever get Fortnite again on the stream, which we might next week, but I still need to do some tests with that to see if it's viable on the stream. We would also have crowns if I win a game. Which these days, I'm very happy to say that, well, it doesn't happen most of the time, but most of the time I do make it to like the top 10 or so, you know? So, I would do my best on the stream to achieve that. And one of these days I gotta try doing an endurance stream in which I aim to have a Fortnite victory and I don't end it until I win at Fortnite. But there would be a time limit, let's say 10 hours, I don't know, 8 hours. And if I reach that time limit and I haven't, I would end the stream, but I would end it without a victory. So because I couldn't achieve the victory, I would need to have some sort of Batsu game, a punishment game. So I still need to find like a good day for that and think of like a punishment game to do. But anyway, I digress. Here I am with the Geo Ride Watch, the Jiku Doraiba, and a crown as the king that I am, as the king that Geo is. Iwae, Aratana O no Tanjo. So yeah, and also DCD does this tweet to wrap up Heisei Phase 2 and the entire Heisei era for that matter. This clip is from the Geo Over Quartzer movie, the summer movie, where they all transform into their final forms for this. And I love the way they show this, like the direction in this scene is perfect, in my opinion. Done so well. So well. Time to move on to the Reiwa era, starting with Kamen Rider 01 though, but before that, more from KGD, Waga Mao. Toki wa Sogo. And the signature pose of Geo right there, that I considered doing for my graphic there, but just holding the right watch in that way worked out really well like that. And there it is, Geo right there. And the signature style that KGD has shown us so far. Very lovely indeed. And Haibu, so the only tweet they did, but they did it for this, teasing arc that they're doing to celebrate the 5th anniversary of GO, which will happen later today. Not later today, sorry, this year. Around September, I think, right? September or October? But well, the whole year can be treated as the 5th anniversary already for GO. And yeah, a teaser of the art. Thank you for sharing it, Haibu. We retweeted it on the account right there. And also from Ragtime, time break! Love the way it looks. Very interesting way they approach the belt though. And the ride watches. I love the look of it. Yeah, Gio's pose, the thing he does with his hand is so similar to Kamen Rider J. The last Showa Rider and the last Heisei Rider, maybe you could say. So maybe there's that parallel. Although, you know, J is also a Heisei Rider in some ways, but yeah. Alright, gotta do 90 more seconds of ads. This should be the last ad break though, because I think we're almost finished with the riders right here. But yeah, let's go for that. Let me drink some water also. Well, I need to check my posture. Nobody redeemed a posture check, but that's okay. I'm gonna stretch and do a posture check and hydrate. Because I felt like a pain there on my shoulders. Well, I just have super stiff shoulders in general. Ugh. Every time I stretch my shoulders in a particular way, I always have a bone cracking there. Literally always. Like, I think you can even hear it in the microphone. It cracks very loudly. It's always this bone right there, like in the back of the shoulders or something like that. This human form is a funky one, you see? Look, when you have a star cluster take on a human-ish form, there will be some things that will not be fully, stable. That's the word. So this can happen. And that includes my VTuber form as well. But alright, what is next? Okay, there's a clip of Was. And I think also of Grando Gio again. How much I love the jingle for Grand Gio. They recycled a lot of elements of what they did with Ghost Grateful for Grand Gio, but in a good way, honestly. Those are good forms. Oh, and EVP, you also redeemed the stretch. Thank you. Let me do it again. I intentionally stretch in a way that you could see in my VTuber self, actually, because there's ways you could stretch, but it's not visible on the screen that much. It's a good stretch, though. Day 35 is Kamen Rider Gio now. Say what you will about the show, I too am not the biggest fan. I am one of the biggest fans of the show, though. But Gio has some of the best jingles of all time. Also think it's my second favorite anniversary series. It's really just fun, and that's all it needs to be. But you said you're not the biggest fan, and then you praise it. But now, there you go. But seriously, Moon, I think it was the only day they participated. Thank you for participating in the challenge and showing these clips from the series. Yes, this might be the first time Sogo acquired Grand Gio. So there you go. And now, yes, finally moving on to Reiwa with 0-1. Road to glory has to lead to growing path to change. 1-2-2. Kamen Rider 0-2 from Killer Knock. Before 0-1, we go for 0-2. Kind of out of order. It's okay though. The 0-2 design is also very gorgeous. This doesn't look like it's easy though. But yeah, and here we had the tweet be, you're giving a job offer from both companies. Which one do you take? Hidden Intelligence or Saya Enterprise? Yes, I think I would also go for Hidden Intelligence. But nowadays, Saya Enterprise is not a bad company. Not really. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's not a black company anymore. We can use that term. And Ragtime share this. Hi, Aruto-jan Naito. Really complete looking thing. The belt comes together so nicely there too. And the Progrise key in the background like that. Rising Hoppa! A jump to the sky turns to a rider kick. And Arknos got to share merchandise as well. I see a Kamen Rider 01 Blu-ray. Just look at that. Just look at that with the English logo. Including real time, the movie. Great stuff. So the... Which driver was this? Is this the 02 driver? I don't remember. But yeah, a 0-1 figure and progress keys. Oh yes, it's mostly the other riders. There's Rising Hopper, Decade, Ryuki, Ghost, Drive, and Double. This is, I think, Metal Cluster Hopper, yeah. And this one is Shining Hopper, or whatever it was called, I forget the name. Oh no, this is Shining Hopper. This other one... Yeah, it's 02. It's 02, and this is the 02 driver. Alright. Nice. Oh, and this is Riderman's theme in the background, by the way. Kamen Rider 01, the first rider of the Reiwa era. Never finished this one. I will say one take I can talk about is how I love Kamen Rider Thousands. His design and jingle is just Jeff's kiss. Absolutely. Presented by Saya. And of course, I love the purple thing in it. Yeah, gold and purple go together so well, right? And when you have something like silver, or rather platinum, I like to think it is, and black, I am all about this color scheme, you know? Just more platinum and less gold. More black maybe than gold. But I do have that in like my other outfit variation. I think I might be wearing that tomorrow on the Chroma Squad stream. And then for the Final Fantasy XIV stream, I'll be wearing this again. Maybe. But for Fall Guys, I'm definitely gonna wear that golden one. Looks really good with Fall Guys. I had more palettes, but I'm just reducing it to be these 2 palettes now, so... So it's a lot more streamlined, so to speak. But yeah, 01 and a clip from episode 1, the first ever henshin that he did. And this was after he learned in a few seconds, but for him more time passed in like a sort of head virtual reality that he did. He spent those few seconds learning how to be Kamen Rider 01. Taught by Izu on the... You know, like the virtual space that was the satellite... a virtual space generated by the satellite Seiya that allows him to transform. Progress! Rising Hoppa! And yes, I think you saw it briefly in this clip right here. This is like the signature way of holding the progress key. Take off toward a dream. I debated whether to use this quote or whether to use the jump to the sky turns to a rider kick quote. But they work out either way. And yeah, here it is, Rising Hopper like this. And the belt, and if you notice, if you look very closely, you will see that it has no belt actually, it's just the buckle. I couldn't really find a good one that had the belt on it, so I just did it like this. I think it works out, whatever. So, Sekai no Hakaisha cosplay, too busy and bored from doing a post today, so here's me wearing Aruto's attire from a few years ago. That's good though. They had Aruto's attire with the belt and the progress key. Sorry, blanked there for a moment. Good stuff. Aruto-ja Naito! The joke here is my tablet pen disappearing. Well, it turned out alright still, KGD. With Izu and 01. Doing the signature Aruto-ja Naito pose. I think it still looks good though. Well, I'm a noob when it comes to drawing things, you know. Absolute noob. I am like below kindergarten level. But I think it still looks good, all things considered. And then Saber Day. For Saber Day, I took the screenshot from one of the later episodes. Yeah, this is the episode in which they first assembled the final form. What was the name of it again? Seiba... I forget, but... You know, they show like all the 10 main swords, not counting like Falchion and stuff like that, all assembling together to form... the power that is used for the final form. The final book. Forgot the name already. It has a sick jingle though. Like, they have like a whole mini song in that jingle. I'm glad they finally slowed down on the jingles though. They are kind of fun, but they were going too haywire with them. And they finally slowed down a bit for Geats. Do I get the feeling that whatever the successor for Geats is gonna go haywire for that again. But yeah. They can be fun, but the thing that I hate about them is that they can never be consistent with them in the series because sometimes they gotta do a quick henshin and they just play part of it. And it kinda, I don't know. Kinda feels like they can't fulfill the promise of the jingle, so to speak. Maybe I'm phrasing it like that because I'm in Saber right now, but yeah. We're almost finished, by the way. But yeah, the first henshin from episode 1, or rather, chapter 1. In the beginning, there was a flame swordsman. Toma, I think, is still a fantastic main rider, though. All things considered. About Saber, I will agree that there are some things I dislike that a lot of people do dislike. In general, I do like the series, but some parts of it were a drag for me to watch. But despite how many things I may dislike about it, as I said, overall, I like it. I still love Toma. I think my two favorite characters were both Toma and Dai Shinji. I relate to them a lot, and I like their personalities. But Toma, I think I might like a bit more than Dai Shinji. Though, to be fair, I mean, you see Toma more often because he's the protagonist, so to speak. He's the one in the title. Kamen Rider Saber, one of my favorite AWAT riders. Y'all gonna hate me, but he's one of my faves in recent times. My European heart just loves knights and dragons, so of course he's my fave. And just come on, have you heard those henshins? Please watch the show. Yeah, watch Saber, watch Saber. You will find me advocating to watch any rider series, but watch Saber. And the henshin looks really nice right here, though. For Dragonic Knight, I think it was. Or... yeah, I forget the name, but yeah. Primitive Dragon was the clip used here, and this is for the final form. We're not gonna look at the clips right here, but they are great. But yeah, it was Dragon Ignite. Yeah, fantastic form though. I may like it more than the final form actually. And even more than Primitive Dragon. Though I'm very partial to that final form because of all the stars and all that. But yeah, Kamen Rider Saber, Kamiyama Toma, Monogatari no ketsumatsu wa ore ga kimeru. So this pose I recycled straight up from the Saber cover I did a while ago. Maybe I should have reshared, but I forgot. It's okay though. That I used for both the thumbnail and the video itself actually. This cover that I did using the Kuroto 2000 instrumental. And somebody, and yes, a VTuber, his name is literally that, yes, did a great like I forgot, Future Rave, that's the term. A Future Rave remix of this. So also recommend that. And that was nice, but I actually had to painstakingly transparentize this picture. Bit by bit. Like, the way you transparentize a picture, at least the way I know, is to just step by step go through all the things bordering with the background, which was actually a green screen background, but when you try to green screen something in Photoshop, it still has like a little green aura around it. Or even something like blue screen, it does the same effect. So I still have to remove a little bit of that around me. And it's a very painstaking step-by-step process. But it was worth it. It was worth it. It's a process that overall takes me like 30 to 40 minutes, you know? And I know it takes me that long because I listened to like a whole audio drama episode of Big Finish, of Doctor Who, and each of them is like 30 minutes long. Saber Henshin be like 2,000 years later. Oh yeah, and he's using the Decade Wonder Ride book. Of course he is. Sekai no Hakaisha cosplay. The colors look different than I would expect them to be. For that. And then Kamen Rider Levi's. So I ask here, which rider deserve revised forms? Personally, I think they should have done more Showa rider forms. Like, some of these Heisei rider forms, just don't do them. And do a Showa rider to have a better balance of things. Or more Showa than Heisei riders, because you already showcase them enough in GO, you know? They did Neo Bata, which is 0-1, but they didn't do regular Bata, which was Ichigo. And they only did a show-up form until they did the Hyper Battle video with Nigo, which is a sort of parody form. Though I think it still looks nice with gold Spino. Well, Vice turns into a little rice cooker camera thingy, as you can see here. But still, yeah. So we have forms based on GO, Double, X8, Gaim, Build, Force, Decade, 0-1, Rider 2, Nigo, Kuga, Deno, and Vice. I still haven't finished watching Revise. The one Rider series I haven't finished watching. I have started with it. I'm like in episode 9 or 10 right now. I'll get back to it whenever I have the time again. Probably, yeah, I'm planning to, if I'm able to, this Sunday to start watching it again. But this Sunday is gonna be very busy for me. I have like work, I have some meetings, and I have a stream, the Japanese learning stream. But we'll see. But yeah, here's Iki's first henshin in episode 1. And the signature pose. So I actually tried doing that signature pose for the picture here. but I just couldn't get it to look right. So I just did this, you know, just holding out the Vice stamp, about to henshin, and Vice coming out of me, like with Iki. I think that turned out really well. That turned out really well right there. Especially with this background. Taken from like the eye catch, I guess you could call it, the commercial like break. The sponsor screen. The sponsor screen, we can call it. And there's the revised driver 5050 for the 50th anniversary. And Moon also shared this rider merchandise here, very nice. Moon came in like really towards the end of the challenge, but what they shared is much appreciated. So part 1, Kamen Rider Revise. My favorite rider from the story to the characters to the henshins and to the merch, every time it brings me more joy than the next. I'm currently watching it and it just has so much heart and fun, I just love it. Lovely indeed. Wonderful. Part 2, I can go on and on about Revise, but I think for an anniversary series it handles it really well. We get like nods in the jingles and the suits, while not be exact, just look a bit like the rider to the reference. Plus we have George, enough said. Part 3, this was hard, but here are my top 3 henshin jingles from the series. While it was for the music or emotions or characters, this will be with me forever. Kamen Rider Aguilera. And this one was one of the riders I don't know much about yet, like the veil variations over demons. We saw the actor for this like do it earlier, but I don't remember like the actual name. But I'll get to that. I'll get to that when I get to that point in the series. I really love the Aguilera suit though. Like the eye sort of in the middle. Great stuff. This stream it is. Kamen Rider this stream. Or the stream. So for Revised Day KGD, and that was yesterday by the way. Since I can't draw what I wanted to draw today, I'm still making a trade of almost every revised art I've drawn. Most of it is Kagero and Daiji. Nothing wrong with that though. But I think right here we have George in the middle. I can't recognize who everybody is. The person on the left, I can't tell who that is exactly. And this is maybe Hiromi to the right. And this is maybe Orteka. Vice, I think here. Sorry if I got any of them wrong, KGD. I'm not sure here. But yeah, Daiji, Kagero. Like, man, the style that he has as Kagero though, the absolute like dark goth charisma that he has. My god, he looks so good in that suit, in that outfit. I love it. But he looks great as Daiji. The actor is just so good looking, but also a great actor. Goes into the role so well. Going from George counterclockwise. Let me see. Supposed to be George counterclockwise. Hold on. Let me remember how it is. Okay. Starting, okay, like this. George Muramasa. I don't know who that is. Kagero right here. Oh, Lovekov. Got it now. And Vice. No, wait, yeah, I think it's... Oh, clockwise. Okay. Muramasa, I still don't know who that is. Yeah, I think it's kind of looks like it's both Lovekov and Vice here in the. I was right. It is counterclockwise. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to remember. No, wait. Yeah, counterclockwise is from right to left, like this. Yeah, you can see the cursor. This is counterclockwise. Ugh. Yeah, it scrambles my head a lot too. But yeah. Okay, I think I kinda got it. But thanks for the heads up. Alright, but look at this lovely art of Kagero with evil. Ebiru. Oh, and with the curry. Yeah, the curry that he loves so much. Yeah, there it is. I still in the early episodes, but even then I could see like the whole stuff with the curry. With like Kagero and all that. Because Daiji can't handle the spice of the curry, but Kagero can and has no problem. I think that's the whole what the running gag is about. If it is a running gag. Hey, Kamen Rider Ebiru. Yeah! Yeah, Daiji and Kagero. Just poor Daiji suffering while Kagero takes over the body and is a goth dream boy. I'm sorry. And Iki ni Kuzen! Kagero trying to destroy little Iki right here. It looks so cute though. Like an Iki plushie. Watashi nya onyaji. Sonya-sai. Onya needs stay apart nya. Probably misread some of that, but that's okay. Is that like a Neko Daiji? Kinda looks like it. Please, Kagero, trust me. Fine. Good stuff, good stuff. Then we have Iki, Taro. Who is Taro? Oh, from Dom Brothers? That's from Dom Brothers, right? Yeah. Neko Daiji, that was made as a joke for Cat Day. Ah, nice, 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 nice. Okay, yeah, this has got to be from Dom Brothers, right? Right, alright, Momoi Taro. Haven't seen Dom Brothers yet. I did see the first 2 episodes though. Supposedly I was gonna watch the rest, but I'll eventually get back to it. When I finish Senkaiger first. This is Kagero and Daiji again, right? The person on the left kind of looks... Yeah, it's gotta be Kagero and Daiji because of the white and black right here. Which I think are wings or clouds? Okay, okay, thank you, Ibu. Kill it! And Live and Evil's here. Laibu Ebiru, this looks like an Ultraman. Is this an Ultraman here? It's a pain to write it down. Words to save this world. That was supposed to be Jido. Ah, nice, nice. I'm glad I could tell that it was an Ultraman though. Now, I need to skip this content here. Obviously I can show it on the stream anyway. So, then Vice. Hashtag Viceu. Aha. And then... Viceu here just being lovely. Great stuff. Great stuff right here. So yeah, thank you for sharing the entire thread right there. This works out. This works out for the challenge. And finally, yes, I think, so Seika no Hakasha cosplay is meaning to do like, Waitekitaze. Like the pose that Iki does a lot when he goes, Waitekitaze, with his hand right there. Not sure if Jojo pose or you can see me, he says though. Ah, yes, and with the Saber music in the background, here it is. I retweeted this late actually, so that's why we kind of have it after. The signature scene where Toma races up to try to get Luna. The saber in your hand is a pen to write it down, words to save this world. Shinjita hoe, ugokaseru sa mirai. Oh, that is such a great, like, great way to have him go up the, what to call it, the golden ramp. But yeah, love the recreation here, KGD. And then it is Geats Day, which is today, which is also the final day of the hashtag 39 Kamen Rider Challenge. 39 days from April 3rd, the anniversary, to today. Which I just left it as a simple GIF for Geats of the highlight of the fireworks going off like this. And yes, from episode 1, the first henshin that Geats did, with only Magnum, right? At the time, no boost yet. Henshin. And Ukiyo-S being Ukiyo-S-sama, being an absolute sama of a person. And here it is, the final day of the challenge is indeed the highlight, as I have the Desire Driver and the Magnum gun, which actually looks small. So I was actually thinking of recycling a graphic for this, which is a graphic I used for a previous schedule. Last year in September, when Kamen Rider Geats released, I had a special Battle Royale week for the stream, in which we saw like 5 different Battle Royale games. And I used a graphic of myself holding this little gun, without the belt though. But it wasn't actually complete enough, like part of my arm was off screen, so I wasn't able to make it look complete enough on the center. And I was also not facing front, so the driver may not have looked good in this case. So I did it like this. If you notice, it does have a belt buckle, but it's not actually the belt buckle that belongs to these belts. But I think it's one that fits. This is actually the belt buckle used for the Deca driver. The Deca driver. But it works out. Thank you also to Ari Greensai for continuing to take a look at the tweets every time, congratulating me on the end right there. Arigato! In a way, participating there. But yeah, Sekai no Hakasha cosplay also for day final 39. Gotta boost this selfie before the Magnum happens. And I think he's doing the finger cracking while he's doing that. With the Desire Driver, with Magnum and Boost, right? You usually don't see Geats with Magnum and Boost that much. That's the problem with series that have like a lot of forms like that. Build was kind of like that. But well, not the end of the world either, right? And that is it for the Kamen Rider Challenge. But give me a moment here. I'm not showing it on the screen, but I am looking right now at the hashtag. I see that Explosive Werewolf did just do something. So let me retweet the one for Yeats that he did. Art by Miyabi, very nice. Oh, yes, okay, I see you did something, KGD. Give me a second. Is that Keiwa having ramen? Looks delicious. We're gonna show it in a moment, hold on. Half and half. DX 二人なバディ演奏一つに Interesting, somebody also did a Gits cover that you're sharing there. Very nice, very nice. Daburu osegase Keiwa with his tanuki soba. Oh, yes, that's what it is, that's what it is. Alright, also gonna retweet DCD's tweet commemorating the entire challenge. And let me just refresh here then. So we can take a look at them. Arigato, thank you also for participating here in the final day. Hey Sukiyo, aka Kamen Rider Kids Art by Miyabi. With this, I forget the name of this form, but... yeah, this form. Fantastic looking form, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Last minute post for the final day. Repost, but it's still nice. Keiwa with the Tanuki Soba. Oh my gosh. The cuteness is so nice. Ah, Keiwa-kun. Tycoon. Keiwa Tycoon. Very nice. And, well, we won't listen to it on the stream here, but... yeah, they got paid to sing Geats Fortnite. Nice stuff, nice stuff. I gotta make Kamen Rider Geats references the next time we play Fortnite. We finally made it. We've gone through every single main rider from Ichigo to Geats. To be honest, I enjoyed doing this challenge. The reason I did this challenge was to show my love for Kamen Rider, and I'll always be a Rider fan till the day I die. Same here, DCD. Same here. Look at this fantastic graphic right here. Oh yes, it's all the Showa riders though. In a sort of monstrous looking way. I think it's kind of like SIC and maybe Insector. Hybrid Insector, I mean. Stronger looks kind of different. Good to see Tackle as part of this. Great stuff. Also, DCD, I'm sorry I haven't been able to see it in any way whatsoever, but thank you for doing it on Instagram. And then the Heisei Riders here, very nice. And then Reiwa, so far. Kiseki o gon, daburu osegase. And that, Superstar Supernova's Maniacs, is the 39 Kamen Rider Challenge. The hashtag 39 Kamen Rider Challenge right there. Whew, well, thank you so much to everybody who participated. This was a showcase of all of it. We literally just looked at them and talked about them. I hope it was a fun stream for you. Whether you were here because you participated in the challenge, or even if you didn't participate in the challenge, I hope it was an entertaining stream. We took an entire 4 hours to look at all of it. So yeah, we definitely took our time, as I wanted to take a look at all of this. Thank you very much again for hosting this. No, thank you for participating in it and making it the success it was. It can be a success if people don't participate in it. I could participate in it, of course, as the person that hosts it and all that. And I was very glad that I was able to have something for this year. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do next year if I have something, but I have time to think of things. The probably 40 Kamen Rider Challenge. The days keep increasing, right? Just in time when your shift ended, let's go. I'm the one to watch streams often, but this was really entertaining stream. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for coming, EVP, and for following and all that. Going all the way for that. Your art was very lovely. Kawaii chibi art is always so nice to see. And yours hit the spot right there. And what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say though? I was gonna say something else about this. Well, yeah. Thank you everybody for participating, for coming and all that. Yeah. It's a success only if people participate to actually make a hashtag become a hashtag, so to speak, right? You can just put all the hashtags you want in the world, but an actual hashtag that is used by people is another story. So I'm glad we got to use it here. I mostly focus on Twitter. As we saw, DZD said they participated in Instagram. If you participated in any other platform, I have no idea about it, and I'm sorry if I didn't see it. I focused only on Twitter, because it's also, you know, it can be retweeted by the Rider Daily account. which I host, by the way. I'm the person behind it, in case you didn't know. But last year we did like encourage creation outside of Twitter, but yeah, to keep it simple, I made it on Twitter only. Because it's a bit more complicated to share it in a tweet if it's not on Twitter. It really depends, but I hope I was able to retweet as much as possible. I probably did miss some tweets here and there, and I'm sorry if I did. It may not have been intentional. There was like a troll tweet here and there that I ignored, because I could tell it was with malicious intent in some of them. But for the most part, if I missed one of them, it was not intentional, just so you know. And very fitting, as we're about to end this, we have an ending theme song, which is Aozora ni Naru from Kamen Rider Kuga. I'm taking a look at who we're gonna raid, by the way. We're about to go into a raid. Didn't want to post it on Instagram at first, but I thought it'd be fun. Thank you for making it be a thing on Instagram, DCD. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate, Ibu. Before we go, let's chat a little bit and let's talk about the rest of the schedule this week. Give me a second here. The signature VTuber way of drinking. Yeah, thank you, DCD. Arigato. Now, let me see, where is my schedule? Alright, so, in commemoration of that, I used the decade, I recycled the decade graphic for the schedule graphic this time. Though this is the only Kamen Rider stream we're having, but tomorrow we do have something Super Sentai related in Chroma Squad in the first half of the day, well, depending on your time zone, over on YouTube. I'm gonna set up the waiting room as soon as possible after the stream today. Look forward to that Q Ranger based thumbnail. Using a little bit of a Q Ranger element in the thumbnail, my favorite Sentai so far. If King Oger does some things right, he may even like beat Q Ranger. I can already tell you King Oger right now is my second favorite. That's how good the series is. Well, to be fair, I haven't watched a lot of Super Sentai yet, but yeah. And then on the later half of the day, I am so looking forward to what we're gonna do in Final Fantasy XIV. Heaven's Sword starts, but more than Heaven's Sword, what I'm really looking forward to is to become an astrologian at last. I've waited for this for so long. The class that fits me the best, you might say, and it will be fun to be a healer as well, using astral cards like that. Looking forward to that for sure. And then a Fall Guys collab with other members of AI Constellations right here. That should be a fun one. It's a new season of Fall Guys at long last, and it's the first collab we do for Fall Guys. Every single time I play Fall Guys on stream so far has been alone. Well, maybe I team up with other random players, but really alone, all things considered. So I'm looking forward to that one. And then Japanese learning. Take a look at the start time, by the way. It is a slightly later start time at 7 p.m. Eastern time. But Japanese learning over on YouTube as usual. Hope to have you there. Hope to have you there for any of the rest of the streams for this week. Let us get back now to the multi-dimensional portal right here. Bye-bye, everyone. Hope to see you all next time. DCD, KGD, EVP. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Everybody that came with the subscriptions as well. DCD, again, thank you for gifting that sub. Hisoka, also with the sub earlier. Much appreciated. And anybody who supported in any way, whether it was a lurk, follow, sub, etc. Much appreciated. We finished the 39 Kamen Rider challenge with fireworks. And I hope you will continue supporting more activities that I do, whether you're interested in Kamen Rider or not. You see, this is all a plot to promote myself. That's why I did those graphics and I retweeted myself. It's a plot to promote myself. Kamen Rider Daily exists to promote myself, not Kamen Rider. Just kidding. But I do want to link what I do in the Kamen Rider Daily account more. Which means I gotta do more Kamen Rider content, but I'm gonna see if I'm able to do that. It really depends. More Kamen Rider covers obviously is a thing, but they're not that easy to do, all things considered. Anyway, somebody who is a fellow Tokusatsu fan and a fellow Kamen Rider fan, he's actually a Huma Gear VTuber, and that is Great Paladin. That is who we're gonna raid right now. He's playing Tears of the Kingdom, which surprises me because I thought it would come out tomorrow or Sunday, or sorry, Saturday or Sunday, but I guess it's out already. It's already time for Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't know the actual release date for that, but yeah, here we are. My stream is lagging a lot, but hopefully it's okay on your end. So yeah, feel free to copy and paste either version of the raid message if you want to participate in the chat for the raid there. Hopefully the stream doesn't lag on me anymore. Well, with this, I say farewell to you all, maniacs. Thank you all for coming. Great celebration of Kamen Rider for 39 days. And of course, Kamen Rider Daily. Kamen Rider continues to be celebrated every day. So keep looking at the account. And of course, my main account for more fantastic content. Thank you, everyone. Otsukai-sama deshita. Otsukai, otsukai. Bye. See ya.